Honorable Chairman.
I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 109. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, answer to question number 3A. Union Home Minister has launched BPP2 on 20 February 2026 from North Kachar, Assam, including Meghalaya. B. Sir, the Border Area Development Department will oversee the program.
Mr. Chairman, sir, the answer to start question number 109 is different, but nonetheless, so I would like to know, as from the minister's reply, from what we know, 6,800 crores plus has been earmarked for the Vibrant Village program. And from this amount, how much is the state getting? And secondly, because if Border Area Department is overseeing this program, now whether it is legislative assemblies, the members of the legislative assembly who are in the border areas, whether they are included in the discussions of these projects as well or not?
Sir, actually, budget for 2025-26 year to year one.
So, sir, another supplementary is this. Now, when we talk about this Border Area Department, now since these areas in the state bordering Bangladesh, previously we used to get this Border Area Department schemes, wherein a lot of community work can be utilized. Now, at this instance, if this particular program is not yet implemented, whether this department is considering putting some money, some sanctions for the areas bordering Bangladesh. There are so many constituencies bordering Bangladesh, whether this department is considering putting up some sanctions for these areas.
Mr. Chairman, sir, because this goes in the sense beyond the primary question, but of course subject is very much relevant. The state government has from time to time sanctioned funds for different kind of projects when it comes to the border areas, whether it be the international border or the state border, interstate border. So therefore, there are projects from time to time, but we do not have a specific program or a plan that says that it will be this much amount. But there is, of course, provision for us to be able to give some funds and do some projects. And Honorable MLA is aware of that. And also, sir, there are many other schemes under the departments that are there, where respective line departments do the necessary work as and when it's required to be done. So regarding the question that was asked for the Vibrant Village program, the budget, sir, as is mentioned earlier, that the Vibrant Village program 1 was what started, and that was normally under the international border towards China. The Vibrant Village program 2 is now in the other areas, which is including Bangladesh, and therefore Meghalaya comes into the second phase. In the second phase, about 92 villages have been identified by Government of India where these projects will take place. We have not been given the exact budget of that amount, of how much will be spent in each one. The projects and details are being made. So therefore, those details are not there with us. But I can share with the House that 92 villages have been identified by Government of India.
So the last question. The reason I'm putting this question is because in the previous years, there are many projects which were sanctioned under the BADP department, Border Area Department. So what has happened is because many of these, especially these border roads and these community halls, etc., which have been constructed and completed, the problem lies in, because different line departments, they are not claiming ownership of these projects, especially the roads. The problem arises for us is because right now, when we seek some intervention from different line departments, most of the reply which we get is these particular projects, roads, do not belong to them. So that's why I'm seeking clarity whether this year, if you're getting some sanctions under any departments pertaining to the border areas, and especially from a BADP. That's all.
Yes, sir, there will be some.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for permitting me to say something on this Vibrant Village program. So as you said, the 90 villages had been identified, and from my block, 3 villages has been identified to include in the Vibrant Village program. But as you have said here in the answer, that the border area department will oversee the program. But it is sorry to say that while selecting these villages, the border area department was not consulted. And if the implementing department is not consulted, it is an infringement on the right and the power of the department. Because while implementing any program, site selection should be suitable, should be appropriate to see that the scheme is success. But while selecting these villages, the department was not consulted. So,
What is your
at the same time, sir,
So, what is your question?
yeah, I'll come to the question, sir. At the same time, these villages, 3-4 villages are the same stretch. They select only one village. So there is deprivation or disparity while selection these villages in my constituency. So my question is, how do you take on this, sir?
Sir, again, just to add, that the villages have been selected by Government of India, by MHA. And this is not just for Mausunram or for Meghalaya, but for the entire country, wherever this program is being implemented. So the Government of India or the MHA, till date, has decided to select the villages as per their criteria and as per their program. So we have made this point to the MHA. The Honorable Minister has met the Honorable Home Minister just about 10 days back, I think on the 4th of February, if I'm not wrong. They had met and he has shared this concern, and Honorable HM has taken note of it. But as of now, these 92 villages have been selected by Government of India, and that is a process they follow throughout the country.
Another question, sir. Since our honorable member from Sheila has asked the question, the same may be repeated. As you said, that the border area development program will be discontinued. So, do we expect any fund to be earmarked for this border area development program from the state fund, sir?
Sir, again, as I had mentioned, Honorable MLA has just mentioned an additional point here. So the BADP program was discontinued by Government of India, as we are all aware, in September 2022. So that is where the Government of India had decided that a new program will be brought in, which is what we call the Vibrant Village program. So that is the history of that, sir. But again, I've mentioned, I think Honorable Minister, Honorable MLA and others had met me in regards to sanctioning of some amount or for the border area development, because this project was discontinued, and as all the MLAs are aware, that I had included some amount last year, and though it's not sufficient at all, because we have to take care of the international as well as the interstate border also. So therefore, we are doing our best, but obviously we have constraints. But we will keep some amount, whatever possible, to ensure that this need is taken care of. But again, I repeat, sir, that this is only one head under which development takes place. At the end of the day, one cannot judge the development of a border area based only on, say, for example, the the amount spent under the border area development. There is all multiple departments are spending. Honorable MLA from Sheila will be very well aware that through the SPV, the special purpose vehicle, which he gets under the project, the Lafarge project, runs into hundreds of crores. So therefore, there is a lot of funds that are available even under that, which Mausamram, part of Mausamram and part of Sheila, they get benefit from that. So we have to look at the larger overall picture. But yes, I understand the concerns and the needs. So we will definitely look into this matter. There will be some funds allotted from our side. May not be sufficient, but we will do something, sir.
Last question, sir. Since the villages has been notified, so we have no say on that, I think we have to cooperate in whatever may be. So, while preparing the project, may I be consulted, sir, while preparing the project in these villages?
Sir, just to again share with the House that the Government of India has given its official guidelines that are there. I don't have the exact structure with me right now, but Government of India has formed a committee that has to be there at every district level. And sir, in those committees, again, the MLAs are not there in the committee. I think that's what the Honorable MLA is referring to. But that's the guidelines given to all the states. So there's a committee that is put up, but the MLAs are not part of the committee. We have again taken this up also with Delhi, but we have not yet got any response yet. But yes, sir, at an official level and at a political level and at a personal level, definitely we'll be discussing consulting. But again, at the end of the day, these are areas where the final decision will be made at the central level. Yes, sir, the committees are basically headed by the Deputy Commissioner, and all the different line departments and officials from the line departments are part of that. So MLAs are not in the committee, but obviously, sir, at an unofficial level, talks and consultations will take place, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister, Chief Minister, under this scheme, the Vibrant Village Program, what extra benefits do these villages which have been identified by the MHA get, sir?
So basically, the concept is very simple that earlier there was a scheme called the Border Area Development Program, and there were many projects that were taken up under that. Government of India has decided to restructure that particular scheme. So hence, obviously, sir, there will be financial support that will be given to these particular villages. And the government is looking at saturation mode in 4 specific theme areas. One is all-weather road connectivity, 4G telecom connectivity, television connectivity, and on-grid electrification. So these are 4 core areas that they're looking at. But apart from that, they want interventions to be done in development of cooperatives, self-help groups, education infrastructure, empowerment of youth and skill development, energization, financial inclusion, livelihood generation, promotion of tourism, culture and outreach activities, road connectivity, television and telecom connectivity, and village infrastructures, including health centers. So therefore, funds will be allocated, and based on that, these particular areas will be focused on.
Barupat.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, sir, since we are in the interstate border and we are benefiting from this project for a long time, whether this vibrant village program can be included in the interstate border development.
So this is for international borders. So therefore, interstate border is not part of the village, vibrant village program.
Chairman, sir, even though the subject is on international border, but only one clarity I want to get with regard to the amount that had been sanctioned on the Interstate Border Area Development Program for the year 2025-26, when the Finance Department will release the amount so that it can be implemented to the district level.
So we had sanctioned an amount of about 14.99 crores for the interstate border under the 25-26 budget allocation. I don't have the exact detail of release, but because it must be project to project basis. But obviously, sir, it's within the budget provisions of this financial year. So I'm sure the department must be working on it. And if there's any specific project that the Honorable MLA is referring to, sir, you can always approach the Honorable Minister or myself, and we'll definitely ensure that we take it up and release the funds at the earliest.
Thank you. Bayani Dishira.
Chairman, sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister or the Chief Minister, what was the exact criteria for selecting these villages under the Vibrant Village Program 2? Because earlier in the international border for the projects, all the villages within a specific kilometer radius, maybe around 50 kilometers from the international border, could avail the developmental projects. So I just wanted to know what was the exact criteria under which the villages were selected by the MHA?
Sir, to answer to the question, the exact details are not there with us because it's a decision that was taken by the MHA. Of course, discussions did take place, and we could understand that the remoteness of the areas and the different economic condition out there, the sensitivity of that particular area in terms of international border, in terms of other aspects like law and order, so on and so forth. So all of these discussions are there and were there, sir. And but as I said, we don't have the details of what the exact criteria, so it would be incorrect for me to say it on the House. But the discussions hovered around these main points. But at the end of the day, it was MHA that decided, so we don't have those details. But the discussions were along the lines of sensitivity, as I said, law and order situation, the remoteness, the economic conditions, so on and so forth, sir. But it was, as I said, a pure decision that was taken by MHA.
Okay, we come to next question. Minister to reply, please.
Chairman, sir, reply to question 110. A, yes, sir. Reply to B, sir, a tourist spot assessment survey was conducted to understand local tourism demand and the development potential of various sites across Meghalaya. The survey collected key information such as annual and seasonal footfall, the mix of local, domestic, and foreign tourists, major source of spending, key attraction, and the average time visitors spend at each location. It also captured important site-level details, including the physical area of the spot, ticketing and digital payment facilities, management, arrangement, availability of parking, sanitation facilities, and other basic infrastructure. Using this insight, villages close to this tourist spot were grouped into clusters with similar characteristics and development potential. This cluster represents priority region where homestay development can have the greatest impact for visitors and local communities. The survey highlights how diverse natural and cultural features such as waterfall, caves, parks, canyons, lakes, trekking routes, and sacred groves shape tourism patterns across the region. Some destinations like Shora, Monsiram, and Dauki receive significantly high numbers of visitors, indicating well-established popularity and strong tourist appeal. The cluster also includes locations where new projects are coming up and areas that remain open for few tourism development opportunities. These clusters are updated based on emerging local demand and development potential.
Yes, but having any supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. I have to thank the Honorable Minister in charge Tourism for the reply. So may I know from the Honorable Minister, what are the criteria for selection of the areas for selection of this homestay schemes?
Eligibility criteria and parameters for applying this scheme is enclosed at Annexure 4. One eligible condition for applicants. One member per family is eligible for only one component to apply on this mission.
No, sir, I want to know the criteria for selection of the areas for implementation of homestay scheme.
Sir, the reply is already in the main reply, sir. It says, using these insights, villages close to these tourist spots were grouped into clusters with similar characteristics and development potentials. These clusters represent priority regions where homestay developments can have the greatest impact. So basically, sir, is areas where the tourists are going more, where there's a higher potential, where different activities, where the surveys has indicated that there's a diverse natural and cultural features such as waterfalls, caves. So I think the primary reply itself, so the reply is already there, sir. So it's there in the main reply, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Whether local stakeholders such as the Parshnong, local bodies, or even the people sensitive were consulted before finalizing the areas for implementation of homestay scheme, sir?
So the discussions were taking place at all levels. So discussions were held at different stakeholder level, because obviously this has to be planned well with the locality, with the people, with the headmen and so on and so forth. So therefore, at different levels, at different locations, depending on locations, discussions and consultations took place.
Sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister, how many number of beneficiaries have been covered so far since its inception?
So what is the question, sir? Can you repeat?
No, sir, how many beneficiaries have been covered under the homestay scheme since its inception?
mean the number of homestays.
Just number of homestay or beneficiaries.
Chairman, sir, number of clusters, 43 numbers of clusters are notified, along with 255 numbers of corresponding villages covering all districts of the state.
No, sir, I want individual beneficiaries.
Sir, 877 total sanctions have been made, out of which 843 beneficiaries have received the money.
Individual may be placed on the table of the House. Yes. The name is too long. This is too long.
Oh, sir. Another one, sir. Who are the authorities or authorities responsible for selection and approval of beneficiaries under homestay scheme, sir?
So there is a three-level approval process that takes place. Level 1 is at the district level, sir. The district tourism officers, they scrutinize the application, verify all the different scores, the CIBIL scores of the banks and etc. And they conduct mandatory joint inspections along with the bank officials. The level 2, sir, is at the directorate level, where a designated committee reviews the DTO's recommendation, focusing on project feasibility and bank eligibility. And at the third level, sir, is the sanction level upon the, which is upon the committee's recommendation. Final sanction is granted to the competent authority, which is the Commissioner and Secretary for Tourism.
So,
I think you've asked more than 5 questions.
one more, sir, one more.
Okay.
Is there any non-performing assets, sir? How many non-performing assets under PMEGP tourism schemes?
Sir, we have not looked into the NPAs as of now. The idea is to promote this and to support. But as of now, sir, that the information is not with us, and we have not really conducted any specific detailed study of non-performing assets.
Sir, in the course of the reply, the Honourable Minister has mentioned that statistical or empirical study was conducted for identifying and selecting the areas. So, sir, I would like to know from the Honourable Minister, since we know that almost all the districts, almost all the villages, they have some good tourist spots. So, may I know how many areas have been included in this statistics district-wise, sir?
Sir, for this, basically, sir, as mentioned by Honorable Minister, these surveys were done at different levels. Exact number of locations of how many surveys were done in which particular districts, so that data is not available with us. But of course, the data of the clusters finally that was selected, and the clusters that were made and the villages included in them, that list is there with us, sir. But the survey process was very, very broad, and it required coordination at different levels. So that was done, but exact number of villages or number of areas or clusters and the process of entire detail of the servicer, that information is not available with us.
So, sir, may I request the Honorable Minister to place on the table of the House as far as the clusters are concerned.
Yes, sir. Why not?
Okay, Balajit.
So to supplement this question, in the course of reply, Sora is one of the locations which has been identified. Now, regarding the applicants, so I received many calls for the past year and this month. There are many applicants who have applied these homestay schemes. The approval has been given by the department and directorate. The problem lies with the bank. Many of them, they call me and say, we have submitted the entire documents, etc. But from the bank, mostly, these applicants, they have, I don't know what issues. So my question is whether the department will consider taking into account to make sure that these applicants receive the required funds while applying these particular homestay schemes.
Yes, sir. We will look into it.
Sir, I'll also supplement the answer of the Honorable Minister. That's the earlier, and this is important, so that's why I'm taking this chance to explain. That's earlier we had very innovatively tied the homestay scheme to what Government of India calls the PMEGP. So that process, a lot of people got and many did not get because the procedure was quite complicated. And as correctly mentioned by the Honorable MLA, there was a difficulty because a lot of people were not able to provide the documents that the banks wanted. So, sir, in this new scheme that we have come out with, the new homestay scheme has delinked the new homestay scheme from PMEGP. So therefore, the criteria and the processes will be much smoother. Processes will be, will be there, which will be through the state government, and therefore now we will be able to control the narrative much better, and hopefully the sanctions that come now in the new schemes will not have to go through. Those in the old schemes which were under PMEGP, we will try to help because there are a lot of criteria, documents, paperwork, which is sometimes very difficult. And if we are able to resolve them, then we can resolve them. If we are not able to resolve them, sir, then we encourage those beneficiaries or those applicants to apply in the new homestay scheme where it is delinked from PMEGP.
So just to supplement that, there's a nice reply from Honorable Chief Minister. Now, for those applicants who have applied under PMEGP, if they had not received any sanction or funds, whether the department will consider, because many of them, I'm sure, when they have not received any funds, they are disheartened. So if the department will consider from any officers or someone to just give them a message or calls and informing them that from PMEGP we have delinked and we have done this new scheme from the state government. That's all.
Yes, sir, that can be done, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, the amount allotted in this scheme per beneficiary?
Chairman, sir, the amount allotted for each beneficiary is 10 lakh, out of which 7 lakh will be fed by the government as subsidies, and 10% upfront payment is to be made by the applicant itself. Then the rest of the amount will be, this is 90%, will be paid
To 20%.
by the beneficiaries.
Any other member? Okay. Then we come to the next question. Chief Minister, please.
Sir, reply. Sorry, sir. I was answering other questions. So reply to start question 111. So the list of animal species available in the state is as per enclosed statement at Annexure 1 and is placed on the table of the House. B, the preventive measures to save the available species in the state include 1, regular patrolling of areas vulnerable to illegal poaching. 2, establishment of inter-agency network to generate information on such incidents. 3, seizure of illegally traded wild animals and animal articles, arrest and prosecution of persons involved in poaching and trafficking of wild animals, etc. 4, declaration of community reserves to augment the fragmented habitats and protect wildlife species present outside the protected areas. 5, setting up of voluntary protection squad. 6, improvement of habitats by planting fodder species, creation of water holes and salt licks. 7, erection of barrier and trenches to prevent elephant from entering the villages and preventing retaliatory killings. 8, conducting public awareness. 9, timely payment of ex gratia for the loss of lives, crop damage, and property to prevent any kind of retaliatory killing. Reply to C. The major habitats identified for protection of wild elephants include national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and elephant reserves.
Yes, Barupet.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. And I thank Honorable Chief Minister for extensive reply. Sir, some more supplementary question. Sir, especially for the elephants, and this is the time for migration, searching of food. Yes, we understand that wildlife sanctuaries and the national park is the elephant reserve. But the question is that no food. So they are migrating and searching of food. And they are also entering from Assam to Meghalaya for the search of food. Is there any protective measure to prevent the elephant coming from, I heard from Assam state, and they are destroying property and the life of the people. So is there any preventive measure for that?
Chairman, sir. So the question asked by the honourable member is a very relevant question. And as you are aware, sir, that the elephant corridors which are there, the elephants have been using these tracks and these corridors for years and for decades, if not centuries. And that is the habit, that's the habit that they have. And that's why we normally look at those corridors. And therefore, sir, there is no, I should say, 100% guaranteed measure that we can do to stop them, sir. Because these are the routes that they have taken, and therefore, this is what they're used to, sir. But apart from that, from the state government side, I have mentioned some of the points in my primary reply. But we are aware that a balance needs to be struck. And there has to be a mechanism where the probability or the chances of man-animal conflicts can be reduced. And therefore, so the multiple activities are being done, and I have mentioned some of them in the reply, but I'll just repeat that basic is, of course, starts with the awareness among the general public, especially that come in that route. And therefore, that awareness program is being conducted on a regular basis, sir. At the same time, we are also ensuring, as I mentioned, that the volunteer protection squad, which is there in different villages, are being set up and being supported. More needs to be done, and definitely, sir, we are working on that aspect also. Correctly mentioned by the Honorable MLA that the food is also obviously one of the key factors, and therefore plantations are also being put in locations which go along with the different the food habits of the elephants that are there. So at the same time, we are also working towards creating trenches or sausage barriers, so that that will also kind of protect the animals and and man-animal conflict from escalating further. So these are few of the measures that are there. But at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, sir, we are in a difficult position in the sense that we need to understand the space that the animals require and need to respect that, and need to ensure that we are able to give that space to them as humans. But at the same time, the human need also is there, where the people in the villages also need to grow crops and plant trees and look at their own economic activities. So at the end, sir, balancing this out in the best possible manner by creating awareness, by having these trenches and barriers being placed, by having the food plantations, by having volunteer squads. These are some of the measures, sir, that we're taking in order to be able to, at the end of the day, minimize these situations of conflict and balance the entire situation.
Last question, sir. Recently, it happened that in my area, Raja Shimla, lots of wild elephant came and destroyed the property of the residents. Other one is like a Daina-Dubi area. This is a proposal. Daina-Dubi area, we have 3 wild elephants, but it's almost like a domesticated animal. But taking advantage of that, a lot of people are trying to destroy them. So my proposal is that since it's a permanent 3 elephants in that Wagiyasi Daina-Dubi area, so if the government can think for setting up of office to look after that very 3 elephant, wild elephant.
Sir, I didn't get the question, sir. Can you just repeat the question?
Sir, this is a proposal. If the department can set up an office to Wagiyasi Daina-Dubi area to look after that 3 elephant, because it's almost like a domesticated elephant.
Sir, I'm understanding what the honourable member is saying, but can you be specific on what kind of office is he looking at? Like, yes. Is it? I would think it would not be an office as such. It would be a setup to give some support to them. So, office is a different. It's more administrative in nature. So that's why I just wanted to clarify.
Some office that some staff can be there to look after not only that particular area, but a stretch of entire interested border. Because at present only Thura and Williamnagar we have a wildlife office. If something happen in the border area, if we inform also another day or next day they are coming, and by the time all the mischiefs has done by the wild elephant.
Yeah. Sir. Wait. Yes. Sir, that is exactly what my point was. The Honourable MLA has now clarified. So there is a proposal. There is a proposal in the department where there's a request to create some beat offices and some range offices. So this is not specifically for the elephants or the domesticated elephants as was mentioning, but this is a general range office which will have multiple activities, and the Karkuta area is also in that list. So therefore, sir, we are actively examining this and we're looking at it, and And based on the approvals, sir, we will be sanctioning this. So as a department, sir, we are very keen to push this forward, and then accordingly we'll take it up with planning and other concerned departments. But yes, sir, there is a proposal to set up some kind of an administrative setup or a range office which will also have technical people there that would be able to, at least to some extent, help in the situation.
Okay, Basun.
So, that's question 11C. If I'm not mistaken, it is a relevant question I am raising. So, due to fragile ecosystem, man and animal conflict, a group of 6 elephants sneaks from southwest Kaz Hills into my constituency in the year 2025, January. And this group of elephants, they are still living now. In the course of their stay, for 1 year, they have been destroying standing crops, paddy fields, standing paddy crops, irrigated crops, and some more. There was a time that the houses were destroyed. Almost a conflict arises between elephants and man. They called me many times. Even I wrote a DO letter to the Chief Conservator of Forest, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest. He has also taken action, deputing his team to look after these elephants destroying the standing crops. And with the capacity of the Wild Range Office, they have done their best, but due to limited resources, they could not do to drive away the elephants. Though the elephants themselves, they tried to sneak into the Bangladesh, but due to the fencing, they could not do that. So now, they are all the time they are staying in the plain areas, but now they are little moving to the hills. I'm afraid there is a fear from the farmers in the plain areas that these elephants during the cropping season they will come again. So may I request the Chief Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, Deputy Speaker, sir, that the Project Elephant or Elephant Project be reached out to these affected areas of my constituency.
Yes, sir, we will definitely examine this matter. It's a very important and very important point that has been mentioned, and the department will provide whatever support that is required in its capacity, and we will look into this particular aspect. And sir, as mentioned, we are in the process of looking at the different beat offices so that we can take care of the different situations that we are facing. So there is also a proposal for a beat office at Ranikor. So that area will be again, taken care of, because as correctly mentioned, I remember even once when I had gone for CM Connect program, the public had mentioned about a similar situation that was there in a different village, or maybe it's the same village, I'm not sure. But yes, sir, I will definitely take the details from the Honorable MLA, and we will ensure that we can do whatever possible to protect the people also, protect the crops also, and at the same time protect the elephants also.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Honorable Chief Minister, if you can tell me how many national park and wildlife sanctuaries is there in the state of Meghalaya, the name and the address, if possible, if it's not long list. And if it's long list, I would like to request to lay on the table of the House.
So there are 4 wildlife sanctuaries. Nongklem Wildlife Sanctuary, B2 Siju Wildlife Sanctuary, 3 Bakmara Pitcher Plant Sanctuary, 4 Narpu Wildlife Sanctuary. So there are 2 national parks, the BNP, there's a Balpragam National Park, and the Nokrek National Park. There are efforts to notified 2 more wildlife sanctuaries, which is the Bakmara and the Riyadh Kwan, which is still not yet done, sir. And so there's the national parks, and there are right now 6 elephant corridors, and there are 3 more proposals for additional more to be notified, sir. But there are 6 elephant corridors that have been identified, 2 national parks and 4 wildlife sanctuaries.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, sir. One more question. Will the government examine to acquire land in the catchment areas to be declared as a wildlife sanctuaries to ensure that we can retain water sources in those areas?
Sir, wildlife sanctuaries are mostly centered around wildlife protection. But sir, there are many other measures and ways and means in which we can declare the catchment areas need not be as wildlife sanctuaries. But yes, in a nutshell, the objective of the government is to ensure that the catchment areas are protected. I am aware of the direction in which the Honorable MLA is hinting his question, because about 2 years back when I had gone to Mokurwat, he had mentioned about the catchment area in Mokurwat being highly vulnerable to human activity. And though it's an area which is owned by the community or by individuals, it requires the government to then come in and buy those areas. So, sir, those areas are being examined, but in a nutshell, sir, it doesn't have to be through wildlife, but obviously through other provisions that are there. I don't have the details with me right now. In order to protect catchment areas, sir, definitely we will take steps. And definitely Mokurwat and other headquarters are important areas where we should do. As you're aware, sir, the catchment areas are being protected now. Activities are taking place for the Shillong catchment and for the Tura catchment. Similarly, we'll try to work towards going to others also.
Thank you, sir.
Abdul.
May I know from the Honorable Chief Minister, out of this list tabled in the floor of the House, how many are endangered species?
So that information is not available with me as of now, sir. I'll require notice for that, sir.
Dr. Mukul.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sir. A very important subject, in fact. I was just trying to look at the list of the mammals, and somehow or other, I'm not being able to locate one of a very important animal which is so crucial for our ecosystem. Pangolin is anteater, because we have a serious problem in parts of the state where ant has become a problem. And this is because of the poaching of this very important mammal. And when we try to create that whole public awareness, there's a huge poaching going on. And the problem again is connected with the lack of manpower. Because the wildlife division, in as far as the western part is concerned, is only in, I think, Bakmara only. Bakmara or Balpakram Wildlife Division in South Garhwal only. So in view of this, there's a need to have extension of this wildlife division and creation of such wildlife division somewhere in East Garhwal or North Garhwal, so that effective manpower be put in place to protect these endangered species and take care of other aspects of wildlife depredation, elephant problem, etc., etc. Response part has become a real problem. In fact, recently from North Garhwal, there was utterly no support coming from the authorities, because the person who was supposed to respond operates from William Nagar. I think he is at the level of ranger or whatever. So these are crucial gaps, in fact. So therefore, may I know from the Chief Minister in regard to these measures which will be considered, so that one new wildlife division is created in Southwest Garhwal, which is again have become a habitat of the elephants, and is really creating a conflict, the kind of conflict which otherwise will go completely out of our
means out of our hand, and the conflict is only becoming more and more aggravated. There are reasons for belief that this is only because of lack of manpower.
Mr. Chairman, sir, the suggestions given by the Honorable LO has been noted. As I mentioned in my previous reply, that there is an exhaustive process that is going on right now to expand the administrative and the overall manpower availability, not just administration, but even from technical point of view. So yes, sir, we are examining that aspect, and definitely it is in moving the right direction. Once we are able to officially get it sanctioned and cleared by the necessary procedures, these infrastructures and offices and divisions and range and beat houses will come up in different locations.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I also would like to draw a specific attention in regard to this pangolin. It is already reflected in 19. It started with Chinese, so I could not see. So it is called Chinese pangolin for whatever reason, but it is also our indigenous animal. It is indeed a problem. And this poaching on this particular animal has become so extensive that areas where we used to see this pangolin, including the reserve forest, Songsak Reserve Forest, we have plenty of pangolins, so also Rongrengri Reserve Forest, and all other reserve forests, including all other villages. And absence of this pangolin is actually creating a havoc in those regions. In fact, William Nagar area, my constituency, and it's extending now. Therefore, there is an urgent need to take care of these particular species, and maybe one aggressive campaign to involve communities and to somehow relocate this penguin and somehow put them in these reserve forests and protect them subsequently. Because putting them and not protecting, it becomes utterly impossible. I spoke to the DFO, they don't have manpower. So DFO territorial, they are not again by law mandated to take care of the wildlife. So the laws are very clear. So therefore, that one is that extension of the wildlife division, and another one is to have a special campaign on this pangolin. As a farmer, I'm telling you, it's very difficult to take care of. In fact, my farm in Jamge, it's all infested with this ants. One very peculiar, aggressive species of ants have somehow flourished in this part of the state. Probably not something which was indigenous to Garo Hills, but has been brought because of these planting materials, etc., etc. That is how we could look at the source. So I think it is important. I thought I will raise this issue. Let us have a collective endeavor to take care of this problem.
Sure, sir. So it's a very, very important as well as a noble suggestion that has been given by the Honorable LO. And definitely, sir, it is a concern for us. I will look into this personally and ensure that some kind of measures are taken to see how we can protect the pangolins as mentioned by LO. And also, sir, just so that the honorable member from Nongkrem also is satisfied in one sense, I will place the list of the endangered animals and mammals and other reptiles and amphibians that are there on the table of the House. I have the list with me. It's quite long to read it out. So I'll just place it on the table of the House.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we come to the next question. Minister, please, to reply.
Honorable Chairman, sir, reply to question number 112. A, sir. Sir, there are 9 sub-centers being upgraded to PHC. B, sir, the process for upgradation of Maurong sub-center is underway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. I'm very happy to know that the process for upgradation of Maurong sub-center to PHC is underway. May I know from the Honorable Minister how long it will take for the inauguration and what is the timeline, Mr. Chairman, sir?
Honorable Chairman, sir. So, as I have replied in B, the process for upgradation is underway. So, For the time being, sir, we have to examine according to the guideline, according to IPHS norms. So definitely, sir, we'll check, and if everything is okay, then we'll try to speed up the matter as soon as possible.
Question hour is over, so now, before I take up the next item, I would like to make an announcement. I would like to inform the House that the Honorable Speaker called a meeting of the Business Advisory Committee on the 20th February 2026 to revise the calendar for the budget session 2026. It was attended by Shri Preston Tensong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge Parliamentary Affairs, Dr. Mukul Sangma, Leader of the Opposition, Shri Charles Pangrop, Opposition Chief Whip, and Shri Paul Lingdo, Advisor. The Chief Minister also attended as a special invitee. After a brief discussion, the BSC approved the revised calendar, which consists of 5 working days. The calendar approved by the Advisory Committee is placed on the members' table. Now, let me put the question before the House. The question is that this House agrees to the revised allocation of time proposed by the Advisory Committee with regard to various items of business for the remaining days of the current budget session 2026. Those who are in favor say aye, and those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the motion is carried, and the House agrees to the revised allocation of time proposed by the Advisory Committee for the remaining days of the current budget session 2026. Now we come to item number 2, placing of reports. Shri Conrad Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Program Implementation and Evaluation, to lay the Social Audit Annual Report of the Meghalaya Society for Social Audit and Transparency for the year 2024-25. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg to lay the Social Audit Annual Report of the Meghalaya Society for Social Audit and Transparency for the year 2024-25.
Now we come to item number 3. Shri Snau Balang Dar, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Commerce and Industries, to lay the annual report of the Meghalaya Infratech Consultancy and Innovations Limited for the year 2023-24. Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg to lay the annual reports of the Meghalaya Infratech Consultancy and Innovations Limited for the year 2023-2024.
Now we come to item number 4, introduction of government bills. Shri Medbal Indo, Minister in charge Water Resources, to beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Flood Plain Zoning Bill 2026. Minister in charge, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Flood Plain Zoning Bill 2026.
Motion moved. Let me put the question before the House. The question is that leave be granted to introduce the Meghalaya Flood Plain Zoning Bill 2026. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried, and leave to introduce the bill is granted. Shri Medbal Indo, Minister in charge Water Resources, to introduce the bill.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg to introduce the bill.
The Secretary to read out the title of the bill.
Meghalaya Flood Plain Zoning Bill 2026 is introduced in the House.
Now we come to item number 5, debate on Governor's address. Debate on Governor's address will be up to 1 p.m. Now we have about 11 members who submitted their names, so I will give about 10 minutes each to each member who have given their names to participate. I will now call Shri Renington Lingdo Tongkar to member is absent. So now I'll call Shri Charles Marngar to participate in the discussion.
Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you so much for allowing me to participate the motion of thanks to the Governor address. Mr. Chairman, sir, before I begin my speech, I would like to say that I'm a man who gives praise when it is deserved and offers suggestion when something is wrong. I believe in fairness and constructive engagement. Today, I stand here to thank the government, our MDA government, for the work being done for our people. And I would like to share with this August House what MDA truly means. MDA stands for Master of Development with Action. MDA is not the master of denial alliance, as some may claim. The work being carried out on the ground clearly demonstrates commitment, responsibility, and delivery. Development is visible, progress is measurable, and action is evident. Where there's a good performance, it deserves recognition. And where improvement is needed, we will continue to make constructive suggestions, not to criticize, but to build. I would also like to sincerely thank the government for implementing developmental scheme even in constituencies represented by member who is not in the ruling. This shows that the government is not guided by political differences, but by the genuine desire to fulfill the needs and aspiration of the people of every constituency. Honorable Government Chief Whip Dr. Silingdo used the Khasi word Lawai while speaking on the motion of thanks to the Governor's address. Today I would like to use another Khasi word, Lahun, means satisfied. Yes, I may not be 100% satisfied, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Because in life, once you achieve one goal, another aspiration always follows. That is human nature. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, after joining this government, I am truly happy to share that the constituency I represent, which had remained deserted and neglected for many years, has finally begun to see the light of hope. I firmly believe that with the large heartedness and visionary leaders of our honorable leaders, the genuine needs of our people and my constituency will be turned away. I remain confident that together we'll continue to bring development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, coming to public works. In the Governor address on public works, we have seen the remarkable growth of road connectivity in state, be it national highway, state roads, or PMGSY roads undertaken by the government. In my constituency, sir, which is one of the backward constituency, I can clearly see the transformation brought about by this government. For your kind information, sir, 20 kilometers of PMGSY road from Maulosnai to Kudahati has been completed. 16 kilometers from Umlaper to Lumpur is about to complete. 8 kilometers from Mauloho to Pamlata is nearing completion. 16 kilometers from Tiang village to Maulingai is currently in progress. And many more roads from the state government. I firmly believe and hope that the pending 40 kilometers road from Sonidan to Umsiang will also commence very soon. Sir, I am not wrong in saying that anyone who criticizes the growth of road connectivity in the state is someone who refuses to see the truth. To you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Honorable Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Ministers, especially the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of PWD and the entire Cabinet for the dedicated effort. Coming to public health engineering, sir, when we talk about Jal Jeevan Mission, yes, we thank the central government for this important initiative. But however, sir, we cannot deny that the JJM scheme has faced many challenges and issues. Since JJM is being implemented across the country, similar problems are being experienced elsewhere as well. Despite these challenges, I sincerely thank the state government for listening patiently and working continuously to resolve these very issues. Sir, in village where there is no proper gravity-based water supply has to be pumped. People face difficulties varying the cost of fuel for pumping. I humbly request the government to explore ways and means to address this very issue. For your kind information, sir, in my constituency, villages such as Ingsau, Kodok Raitong, and many others are facing critical water supply problems. In some cases, people are compelled to buy water. Therefore, sir, I request the government to take immediate and effective steps to resolve this matter. Coming to CNRD department, sir, I would also like to thank the government for strengthening the community and rural development infrastructure across the state and for the creation of new CNRD block. As a local representative from Ribhoi, I express my sincere gratitude to the government for the new CNRD block buildings at Bhoirambong, which was inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister last year. Number two, sir, the Umsning and Jirang CNRD blocks to be inaugurated very soon. And also the creation of Mawati CNRD block and the sanctioning of new building in my constituency. Sir, this clearly shows that the government is serious about bringing administration closer to the people and ensuring better service delivery at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, sir, actually I have many things to say, but due to the constraint of time, I'll jump and I'll come to one of the department, to one of the very important scheme, that is CM Assure, sir. Sir, I rise today with a grateful heart to express my sincere appreciation to our Honorable Chief Minister for the visionary initiative undertaking the support of farmers through the CM Assure launch in 2025. To you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to inform Honorable Chief Minister that broomgrass farmers in my constituency, as well the farmers across the state of Meghalaya, are truly happy and deeply encouraged by this scheme, sir. Before the launch of CM Assure, sir, our farmers were in great distress because the market price of broom grass had fallen to an extremely low level. At that time, broom grass was being sold at only 25 to 30 rupees per kilogram, sir, which severely affected the livelihood of our beloved farmers. However, through the CM Assure scheme, the procurement price was increased to 55 per kilogram. This has brought much needed relief and renewed hope to our farming community. Under the scheme, 53 crores have been disbursed to protect more than 13,000 broom grass farmers from price fluctuations. I must say that this is the first time in the history of broom grass farmers that such a historic intervention has taken place. We have truly created history, and the farmers will always remember this bold and compassionate decision, sir. As we all know, farmers are the backbone of our society. I sincerely hope that under your leadership, farmers will continue to enjoy greater benefits and opportunities. I firmly believe that our poor farmers in rural areas will be able to better support their families and secure a bright future for their children. Let me also remind our fellow farmers of something I mentioned during an obituary speech, that we should not forget to say thank you and count our blessings. Today is the right time to sincerely thank the Honorable Chief Minister for this noble initiative. At the same time, sir, to you, I would like to humbly share a suggestion based on what I heard from the farmer when I visited the grassroots and interacted with my people in the grassroots level. While farmers have greatly benefited from CM Assure, some modifications and additional efforts may further strengthen the scheme. At present, under the CM Assure scheme, the government is procuring 800 kg from each registered beneficiaries at the rate of 55 rupees per kilogram. While farmers are really grateful for the support, many farmers produce to 1,500 of broom grass. Out of this, only 800 kg is procured under the scheme, sir, and the remaining 700 kg must still be sold in the open market where the problem of low prices persists. Therefore, sir, I respectfully request our Honorable Chief Minister to consider increasing the procurement limit from 800 kg to 1,500 kg per beneficiaries. I would also like the government to explore the possibility of further increasing the procurement price to provide greater financial security to our farmers. I understand that it's not easy to take such a bold decision, especially when many more farmers may register under the scheme. However, sir, I firmly believe that you will carefully consider this matter and listen to the voice of the farmers that I have brought before this August House. We have full faith in your leadership, sir, and I am confident that you will take timely and appropriate steps for the welfare of our beloved farmer in the state of Meghalaya. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, coming to Tourism Department, happy to see that the fastest growth in tourism. As one of the musicians, sir, I appreciate our Honorable Chief Minister for the Chief Minister Meghalaya Grassroots Music Program, which has been a great help for uplifting our talented youth, and many other initiatives taken by the government. Through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would also like to request the Honorable Chief Minister, when we talk about promoting of tourism. Sir, I'm standing here to request through you to the Honorable Chief Minister not to forget my constituency, where we have many beautiful places with great potential to be developed in tourism destination, sir. Sir, with these few words, I will not take much time. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister and his cabinet when we talk about sports and youth affairs also. When in the past, grassroots football coaching was almost not existent. But today, because of the government's commitment, structured coaching programs have been reached thousands of young people across the state. Our youth are now actively participating in various sports events, gaining exposure, confidence, and opportunities that were once only dreams. The development of playground infrastructure across the state is another remarkable achievement. From rural areas to urban centers, the government has invested in creating and upgrading sports facilities so that every child with talent has a platform to shine. Just 1 minute, sir. I often ask myself, how did our Honorable Chief Minister manage to convince the central government to bring such a massive project to our state? The Maukanu Football Playground Project, which is set to become the largest stadium, not only in the Northeast, but in the entire country. It's truly historic. Sir, thank you so much for allowing me to participate the motion of thanks to the Governor address. These few words, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll call Sri Gabriel Walang, Honorable MLA of Homestay, to participate in the debate on Governor's address.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate. And I rise here to support the motion of thanks on the Governor address. The address reflects a clear and a progressive vision for the people of Meghalaya. It is a roadmap for transformation. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to particularly stress and appreciate the government's strong issue and policy in few key areas only. infrastructure development and road connectivity. The government's emphasis on infrastructure is a foundation of growth. Improved road connectivity, rural electrification, water supply scheme, digital expansion are not just projects. They are the instruments of economic empowerment. When roads improve, markets open. When connectivity improves, opportunities expand. When infrastructure grows, livelihoods grow. Deputy Speaker, I must say, it is only during this government that we have witnessed the massive change in the road development across the state. Be in the West Kashil and in Homestay in particular, so many schemes under PMJSY, Meghalaya Integrated Transport Project, the National Highway, the state roads, which had been implemented and is still ongoing work, uncompleted work. I must sincerely thank the government for the road from Homestay to Mawait, which is ongoing. And I'm happy too that the government had sanctioned and tendered the remaining road from Mawait to Nongjiri amounting to 361 crore. This road will boost the economic income of our people. I also must thank the government and especially our Deputy Chief Minister for taking recognition and important the road from Sopian to Nongstoin. And in livelihoods and rural economy, the governor address rightly highlights strengthening agriculture, self-help group, and rural enterprise, empowering the farmers, supporting women-led self-help groups, encouraging small businesses are essential steps towards self-reliance. These policies ensure that development reach villages, not just towns. The CM assured, which my colleague had rightly said, that have protected over 13,000 broomgrass farmers from price fluctuation, various program interventions and schemes which the government had supported the farmers. The growth and the increase in the number of SNG, as of today we stand at 53,000 self-help groups had been formed. This shows that the government is keen to improve the livelihoods of our dear women. When we talk about youth empowerment and employment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government have focused on youth in particular is commendable. Investment in skill development, entrepreneurship promotion, sport infrastructure, employment generation schemes demonstrate that the government understands the aspiration of our young people. When our youth do not want sympathy, they want opportunity. The government policy gives directions them to that opportunity. Some of the government initiatives that undertake in the skill development, the government focus on the youth empowerment reflects through the numbers of training providers. We have around 119 training providers, 681 training centers targeting 35,000 youths across 149 trades in the last year alone. To encourage the youth to become entrepreneurs, schemes like Prime, CM Elevates, and so many schemes that the governments in the question 135 in the star question, we have seen so many schemes which the government focus on the youth for employment and self-employment. The Chief Minister Youth Exchange Program aims to provide exposure and training, learning opportunities to our young people. The Yes Meghalaya, the Chief Minister Meghalaya Grassroots Music Program, Hello Meghalaya, Meghalaya Film Tourism Policy 2025, Overseas Placement and Initiative. If all this program and initiative of the government were implemented effectively. It can reduce unemployment and transform our democratic strength into economic strength. In sports, various activities and initiatives that the government had taken and various sports infrastructure across the state, be the artificial turf. I think it's the first government that have to get the maximum artificial turf across the states. And one of the most important, in 2025, the government gave recognitions to our sport persons and give them the importance. As my friend had already said, the Maukanu Sport Complex, 730 crores. The Outstanding Sport Person Direct Appointment Policy 2025, which had introduced to provide job security and to encourage our sports lovers in the states that there is an opportunity if we achieve and bring laurels to our states. I also must thank the government, especially in the mining, being in a place where coal is a main source of our livelihood. By issued 4 scientific mining license, we wish that to revive the economic of a coal and a miner in my constituency, Maushin Road constituency, and the West Castle, and even in the states as a whole. But, sir, I would like to request, many of the stakeholders would not be able to take 100 hectares of land, as many of the stakeholders would like to reduce the, as we requested, what 4 hectares. But if it can be changed, if cannot be 4 hectares, at least 10 hectares, many will be able to get the scientific mining. Regarding the healthcare and education, the government had given strong importance to healthcare expansion and quality education, upgrading of hospitals, strengthening primary health, improvement medical service will directly improve the quality life of our people. Similarly, investment in schools, teachers' capacity, education infrastructure ensure that our next generation is equipped for the future. In health department, I must thank the government for making the maternity and child hospital at Homestay operationalized and wait for inauguration. I also must thank the government for Nongkanjang PHC, which the work is going on. The percentage of the secondary and high secondary school student in 2005 is commendable. I must appreciate the government commitment that every child is important. We can proudly acknowledge the operationalize of the Captain Williamson State University, the Shillong Government College of Engineering, Shillong Medical College. Education and health are not expenditure, but they are investment. But, sir, I must also speak about my constituency. Many of my people would also love to see that their representatives speak about the constituency. I must thank the government for various development activities beyond road, health, education, and infrastructure for the Nongstoin. But Nongstoin, being a headquarter of the West Castle, is transitioning from traditional town into a developing urban. To strengthen as a modern town required government policy and initiative. To convert into a tourist destination, it required beautification of Nongstoin, be on roads or infrastructure. The riverfront development and beautification of Wa Nondeng and Wa Nonba. The district museum and cultural center to preserve the heritage of West Castle people and to serve as a tourist stopover point. A smart urban planning to create a public recreation center or parking facilities at the market. And, sir, Deputy Speaker, sir, West Castle needs primary processing center for indigenous crops like ginger, broom, grass, organic vegetable to prevent post-harvest loss. Also, Deputy Speaker, sir, we require organic certification hubs, streamlining organic certification for local farmers to tap into a high-value export market. A solid waste management, a dedicated waste processing plant to handle towns, increasing waste, moving away from dumping to a segregated location. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the government policy reflects inclusive, people-centric governance. What is the most important is effective implementation, timely monitoring, and accountability so that these good policies translate into visible outcome.
Please wind up your discussion, sir, since it's already 10 minutes.
30 seconds, sir. With confidence in the government direction and commitments to development, I wholeheartedly support the motion of thanks. Some sees positive approach to the government program, but some sees negative approach. But I firmly believe in this government, to the Chief Minister, to the team of the Cabinet, to bring our state forward, to bring about economic transformation, to build a stronger and a more prosperous Meghalaya. With this submission, sir, I shall resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll call Sri Merabon CM, Honorable MLA of Nongpo, to participate in the debate on Governor's address.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I also rise to participate the motion of thanks to the Governor address. And I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to the government for various initiatives that it has taken in the past preceding years. So you have allotted 10 minutes because today we are very unfortunate. On the first day on the discussion, Honorable Member, they had the privilege to speak for more than half an hour. So we'll try to squeeze in as much as we can, as much as possible. So the initiative through the Governor address, it reflects the positive impact of various scheme intervention, be it the central sponsored scheme, be it from the state plan that has been invested in various sectors, keeping in mind the benefit of the citizen of the state. Previous speaker, honorable member, they have mentioned about various ground and issues. Let me start by one of the initiative, long pending issues with regard to border. It is this government that has taken a bold decision to take one step ahead to ensure discussion is on various areas of differences. In the first phase, even though dissatisfaction by few sections of society or the local resident of that particular area, it is very clear that this kind of sensitive issues, in the policy to ensure the peace and tranquility will prevail in the border area. Incident happen here and there. We cannot deny the fact. But the question is about the sincerity, about the effort that has been taken by the government to try and solve this problem. In the first phase, even though, as I have said, there is dissatisfaction, but the government is trying its level best to ensure that these long pending issues about border will be addressed. And I'm very optimistic that even in the second phase also, including those complicated areas it will be addressed in due course of time. When we talk about the performance of the government, let me start by addressing the point with regard to employment and youth empowerment. It is clearly demonstrated when recently I met few of the office bearer of one of the IVCS, Integrated Village Cooperative Society. In the past, where they never dreamed of handling a situation, an amount of money that has been pumped into the IVCS so that to ensure that the livelihood of those particular members of those society, they will have a future. I met them and had a privilege to discuss, and they flag off about the intervention that has been taken by the state government to ensure that each and every field is being supported to them. And now I'll tell you, through you, Deputy Speaker, sir, that they run in crores the amount of money that is being pumped through them, be it in textile, be it in agri, horti, handloom, and other sector, to ensure that the household and those members of those integrated village cooperative society, their future is ensured. So when we talk about the employment and the youth empowerment, recently the filling up of more than 3,000 posts in police department, it clearly demonstrates. And another initiative that has been taken, the Reverse Buyer-Seller Meet 2026, where many entrepreneurs, they have come together. And I have met friends and entrepreneurs who have greatly benefited out of this initiative. The thing which they have never dreamt of, meeting investors from outside the state, sharing ideas with them, getting opportunity to discuss, to explore their experiences, it clearly shows the positivity in which the future of various entrepreneurs are kept into account. The intervention through Shillong IT Park or the various missions that has been taken through horticulture, agriculture, and other line department, as well as especially in my own particular area with regard to the investment through the textile department to ensure that the weavers who are there, who earn their livelihood from this particular sector, they are being handhold in giving training, handhold in giving financial assistance, and at the same time with intervention of textile tourism to ensure the tourist footfall and to exercise, to showcase about these unique experiences that we have to ensure that the textile tourism will grow in days to come. And I must place on record that through the intervention from the textile department and various line departments, through convergence also, have greatly helped the weavers who earn their livelihood out of this sector. Recently, the GI registration tag that has been acknowledged to the Meghalaya Rendia textile, it demonstrates how serious is the central government, the state government to address this issue. Because it is a fact that most of the weavers are still waiting for more initiative to be taken in future. So with regard to other intervention that we have seen, the preparation to ensure the youth empowerment for 39 national games, where around 40 crore has been spent for preparation, and for the initiative for infrastructure that has been taken, and through the Meghalaya Skill Development Society, 119 training providers, 681 training center, targeting more than 35,000 youth to be trained. If I'm not wrong, among all the honorable members also, we come across youth in our constituent who have availed skill training in various sectors to ensure that they can stand in their own feet to support the family, especially in the era of unemployment. And I must place on record my sincere thanks with regard to the initiative taken by the government to ensure that the regular casual worker rules 1996 will be implemented in letter and spirit. This is a dream and aspiration to those RCW workers. And this is the government that has taken those initiatives. Notification has been. My sincere request is that the personnel department, the government, will ensure that this scheme will be implemented as soon as possible so that those RCW who are entitled to be promoted into regular staff as regular employee will get their dues. As well as with regard to the recruitment to the youth at the district level, district selection committee, I'm happy to see that that particular word where to help the local candidate from the district, it has been translated into reality, where we have seen, even in East Khas Hill, in other districts, in Ivory district also. And this is a dream and aspiration of the youth, those who applied in district selection committee at the district level. Consideration will be to those local residents of this particular area. So, number two, when we talk about accessibility to governance, we have seen the initiative taken through the CM Connect, DC Connect, Meghalaya One portal, village data volunteer, and especially the implementation of the Meghalaya Right to Public Service Act 2020 to ensure that the delivery of service in various departments will be on fast track, especially in the office of the RTO in various district headquarters, where in the past there are issues with regard to registration of vehicle or license, driving license, etc. There is an issue on this. And we have seen it has been delivered, and at the ground, the kind of delivery is being on fast track. So with regard to early childhood benefit, we have seen around 2,148 Anganwadi Center have been redesigned with child-friendly feature. Institutional delivery at various sub-centers has been conducted. And we have seen a decrease in IMR and MMR within the state, which clearly demonstrate the seriousness of the government. Government focus on early child education, which is a very important sector, where 2,000 school has been transformed through upgrade classroom and other infrastructure and facilities with assistance from the state as well as from the central government as well. So with regard to energy, the intervention through the CM Solar Mission, which is being initiated, and various the intervention to install various station and substation. For example, the 132 kV at district headquarters of Ribohoi at Nongpo, which is of great help. This is a kind of infrastructure that the government has done for the benefit of the people at large. When we talk about connectivity, be it the upgradation of Umroi Airport, be it the construction of various state roads, district road, the national highways, and other village road also. And I must place on record my sincere thanks to the government for sanctioning from state plan for the Nongpo Umden Sanupur road also, which is of great help to the people, more than 150 villages. And now people are happy. We have a better road, better connectivity, keeping in mind that this road also protect the border, especially in the sector known as Desdomria, one of the 12 area of difference, to ensure that our border are secure. So with regard to safety and security, steps has been taken by the government to ensure that the police department are there to ensure that no crimes should happen, even though the crime rate in few areas, it is on the rise, in few areas it is decreasing, but the law enforcement agencies are doing their duty positively. With regards to highways, it is of recent incident that has happened, where one truck collided with one school bus in 18 miles before reaching Bernihan, where one student succumbed to injury and various injured. Preliminary report that we have received is that the truck driver, after traveling a long journey, be it from Mizoram, Agartala, Barak Bali of Assam through Meghalaya, one of very important issues that we need on the highway is the parking bay. Because the truck, after traveling long, the tire get heated, it get burst, and there is a tendency to collide. So they need to rest. So the government should look into speaking with the Ministry of Highways and Surface Transport, Government of India, for having a parking bay for all the trucks plying through a state in these highways, right from Ratachera till Jorabat, to ensure the safety of the commuters along this road. With regards to the relief and rehabilitation to the farmer, so just 1 minute. To the farmer, especially the kind of calamity that used to happen, especially during summer, in which the speedy compensation to the farmer has to be looked into. Even though we have seen initiative has been taken in the past also, but we have to ensure that various program that has to be implemented, it will be there at the ground. So the performance of the government, we cannot deny the fact that government has done. The governor address has clearly reflect and demonstrate the positive thinking of the government to ensure. In a vibrant democracy, no one is satisfied, sir. Human wants is unlimited. No one will be satisfied. Satisfaction, there are two: satisfaction with good intention and satisfaction with bad intention. I am here to stand with good intention, with a constructive suggestion that we are going to work together in days to come. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate, and I wish all the best to the Honorable Chief Minister and the government so that we can see more initiative to be taken in days to come to ensure that the state will reach to the height where each and everyone, the dream and aspiration of each and everyone are there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will now call Dr. Amparin Lingdo, Honorable MLA of East Ceylon, to participate in the debate of Governor's address.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I too rise to participate in the motion of thanks to the Governor's address, sir. So we appreciate the government's effort to expand and strengthen the police force in the state. In his address, sir, the Honorable Governor has rightly emphasized not only on the need to strengthening the force, but also to attend to the welfare of the foot soldiers who dedicate so much to this demanding profession. It is important that the police department initiates a comprehensive land audit, sir, to evaluate its properties across the state and invest in housing facilities for its personnel. So valuable spaces within the Sadar Police complex in Police Bazaar can be redeveloped to provide basic housing for the growing police force. At present, sir, the buildings are in a dilapidated condition. Just 3 weeks back, I attended a funeral of one of the police force's nephews that lived in that location, and I could see that the police personnel are occupying these quarters and face considerable hardships due to their dilapidated state. So the first MLP battalion campus, which sprawls over a large area, also requires urgent attention and redevelopment. Within these premises, sir, I was privileged to attend a program in the School of the Police, a very old school that has served generations of police children for decades now. We are very grateful that the Honorable Governor has announced the Police Infrastructure Renovation Fund, which will go a long way in addressing such long neglected interventions. So we also express our gratitude to the government for the Norman Song Police Outpost, the construction of which is progressing very, very well. So the Limekra Police Station complex was renovated in the past. However, several families continue to live in a deplorable condition in the old Assam-type houses that could not be included in the scheme sanctioned sometime, I believe, during 2005-06, during the tenure of late R.G. Lingdo, sir. Sir, the traffic branch of the Limekra Police also requires reconstruction and review. At present, sir, due to the space constraints, vehicles are parked along the roadside. As the existing infrastructure cannot accommodate the daily increase in traffic-related enforcement activities, such as compounding of violations and others, there is adequate space, sir, behind the complex that can be utilized for this very purpose. So Rinja Police Station, which partially falls under my constituency, also requires urgent attention. To my knowledge, this station continues to operate from a rented premises. So we place on record our sincerest appreciation for the dedication and service of the men and women of the police force, who contribute immensely to the maintenance of law and order, ensuring the safety and well-being of the citizens of Shillong. We are really grateful to the Honorable Governor for highlighting welfare measures for the khaki uniform. So at Para 10, we are grateful to the government for providing mobile forensic vehicles to every district. We urge the government, sir, to ensure that there is adequate manpower to efficiently utilize these resources. If gaps exist, sir, the department must take immediate steps to bridge them by initiating the necessary proposals and securing appropriate sanctions for the same. So we are aware that justice can only be delivered when evidence is professionally collected, preserved, and presented before the courts of law. It is disheartening to observe that many victims of crimes are denied relief when offenders escaped accountability due to deficiencies in investigation and evidence handling, causing further distress to those who have already suffered harm beyond imagination. So at paragraph 15, we appreciate the Honorable Governor for highlighting people-centric initiatives delivered through digital platforms to facilitate ease of governance. So the CM Connect is a flagship intervention initiated by the Honorable Chief Minister and is unique in the country. The overall improvement in governance across various sectors is being appreciated by the public, cutting across party affiliations. We respectfully request the Honorable Chief Minister to also make time to address the concerns of Shillongites who have to yet benefit from a dedicated redressal platform similar to that available to our counterparts in rural Meghalaya. The Meghalaya One portal likewise requires regular attention and maintenance, particularly for urban residents, many of whom experience prolonged delays in the processing of their application. So in paragraph 18, we appreciate the mention of the reverse buyers-sellers meet of 2026 in the Honorable Governor's address. Entrepreneurs who participated in this initiative are optimistic and look forward to meaningful business transactions that will translate their enthusiasms into tangible growth and long-term opportunities. So at paragraph 20, the commendable efforts of the PWD Works Department have rightly found mention in the Honorable Governor's address. Citizens across the state are grateful to the MDA government and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of PWD Department for the sustained initiatives undertaken to improve road infrastructure. In my short stint while preparing for the MP elections of 2024, sir, I was witness and stand testimony to that immense improvement of road connectivity across the state. Efficient road networks will serve as a powerful multiplier and engine of economic growth, enhancing connectivity and facilitating overall development. So at paragraph 23, the Honorable Governor's address makes mention of development in the power sector, including renewable energy initiatives. However, sir, the solar lamps installed across Shillong City have unfortunately become nobody's child due to poor maintenance. We urge the Departments of Power and Urban Affairs to take responsibility for the regular upkeep and maintenance of these installations, which are vital for safety of human life across the city. So several parts of Shillong City are also plagued by tangled webs of overhead cables encircling our homes, our streets, and our backyards. Numerous accidents have occurred as a result of unchecked cable congestion. There is an urgent need to properly regulate and streamline this cable infrastructure, which is becoming a nuisance. So you may see all along the main road of Lajamkra, the numbers of cables that are hanging and entangled everywhere, causing great harm to citizens crossing that road. At para 27, sir, the Chief Minister's Urban Livelihood Grant has been a blessing to the citizens who have benefited from it. However, the issue concerning hawkers in Lajumkra remain unresolved. The relocation and subsequent re-establishment of the vendors market in and around Lajumkra may not be a feasible proposition in the existing spaces. The Department of Urban Affairs will need to identify suitable alternative locations where such markets can be proposed. The delays in resolving this matter appears to stem from the non-identification of appropriate alternative sites for relocation. The citizens of Lajumkra eagerly await the necessary administrative decisions to expedite and bring closure to this long pending issue. So at para 2930, as mentioned in the Honorable Governor's address, the Jal Jeevan mission has been a blessing to the people of the state. The efforts towards the completion of the Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 3 are highly appreciated. Officers, no doubt, are working diligently to make it operational. However, the full commissioning of this project is still awaited and pending. The timely completion of the GSWSS Phase 3 is crucial, particularly in light of the inability to operationalize the Umken Water Supply Scheme, which was intended to provide potable drinking water to areas like Nong Thamai and Lajumkra. So the Amrut scheme has also yet to be commissioned and made operational in areas under its coverage, despite several rounds of consultations since 2022. Yet, we are still stuck at the commissioning. We appreciate the efforts of the Public Health Engineering Department in addressing these challenges and urge that the proposed convergence model among departments currently under active discussion for the formation of a JAL board be fast-tracked to ensure more efficient and coordinated water management. So at para 65, the Honorable Governor address highlights sporting infrastructure and related schemes for talented sports persons. However, sir, the basketball courts at Polo Ground and the NSCA indoor stadium at Lashumia have been demolished. As a result, basketball players across the state, across Shillong City, no longer have access to government-owned courts to train and further their careers, despite the sport's popularity amongst the youth. Yes, Meghalaya is a commendable initiative for young citizens. However, its coverage in urban areas should be reviewed to ensure more effective and inclusive implementation. The Chief Minister's Sports Scholarship Scheme is widely appreciated by citizens at large, and we thank the Honorable Governor for making special mention of this in his speech. At para 70, the Honorable Governor's address makes mention of building sustainable infrastructure to strengthen water resources for farmers. In this regard, sir, several water bodies located in the foothills of the Shillong Peak and adjacent areas require urgent attention from the Department of Water Resources for their upkeep and preservation. These water sources are vital for sustainable water intervention programs in and around Shillong, as they function as crucial catchment areas supplying water to the towns situated in the surrounding hills. Their protection and proper management are essential to ensuring long-term water security in and around the city. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity, and I hope that all the points and suggestions that I have raised are being considered for active consideration. With these few words, I resume my seat, sir.
Thank you. Now I'll call on Sri Gavin William, Honorable MLA of Sora, to participate in the debate on Governor's address.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I too rise to support the motion of thanks to the Governor's address. At the outset, we are very happy to be informed that our state has achieved the second fastest growing state in terms of real GSDP in the financial year 2024-25. And this is really a commendable achievement on the part of our state, Meghalaya. And I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the MDA government under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister for driving the state in the right direction. And I'm very, very confident that the path which the government has taken will ensure that as a state, we prosper to greater heights in the days to come. So we could see from the Governor's address that the government's main focus is to strengthen and improve the key sectors which shall ensure holistic development for our state, Meghalaya. Sir, due to the time regulation by your chair, I would touch just a few points, sir, with regard to the different departments under the government. We could see, sir, from the Governor's address that the government is currently implementing multiple externally aided projects. And we are also very happy to be informed by the Honorable Leader of the House the other day that amongst small states, we have received the highest funding from the AAPs, and we could really see the immense transformation that is happening across the state as we speak through the externally aided projects. I would also like to place on record my sincere thanks to both the central and state government for the 234 crore integrated SORA circuit development project under the PM Divine scheme. And I'm very, very confident that once completed, this will not only promote SORA on the world tourism map, but will also boost the economy of our area and will also help in creating employment avenues for our local people, which shall ensure an inclusive and sustainable growth for the area. So under the CM Connect program, this particular program, which has been the initiative by our Honorable Chief Minister, is a program which has been very, very effective and deeply appreciated by many. And our block, the Kharachnong Laikro block, got the opportunity to host this particular program last year in the month of June, where people had the opportunity to directly engage with the Honorable Head of the State and also with senior officials, where they were able to voice their concerns. And the best part of this program, sir, is that we could see that most of the concerns, if not all, were materialized within a few months of after this program. And we could also see that some other concerns are also in the pipeline for materialization. So coming to the education sector, this particular sector has always been a great challenge to any government. And we could see that the MDA government for the past 7 years had been trying to find out ways and means to streamline this particular sector with the main aim to improve the standards of education in our state, Meghalaya. We could also see that the budget of this particular sector has increased from 2,045 crores in 2018 to 3,654 crores in 2025, which is 1.8 times jump from the budget if we compare to the last 7 years. And this clearly indicates the importance being shown by the government towards this particular sector. I would also like to appreciate the Education Department for the introduction of the structured pay framework for fixed pay teachers. This particular decision is really a very, very tough decision and has been a very long exercise by the entire Education Department. And I would like to appreciate the entire Education Department under the leadership of our Honorable Education Minister for taking this tough decision. And I'm very confident that this decision will boost the morale of our teachers, which will ultimately have a positive impact on the performance of the education sector in the coming days. So coming to the Public Works Department, this particular sector has also been highly prioritized by this current MDA government. And we could see that in this past 7 years, we could see that there has been a 23% increase in the total road length, bringing the total road length under the state jurisdiction to around 13,000 kilometers across the state. All the honorable members have clearly stated the immense transformation that we have seen across the state with regard to this particular sector, and we would like to appreciate the entire PWD department under the leadership of our Honorable Deputy CM for taking such a drastic shift with regard to the road performance across the state. Of course, as an honorable member of the Sora constituency, I, on behalf of Sora constituency, too, would place my sincere thanks to the MDA government for before 2018, we had around 42 roads unconnected across the constituency. And in this past 7 years, we had the opportunity to connect 12 roads out of 12 villages out of the 42 unconnected villages. However, I would like to continue to urge the government to kindly connect some more habitations in the coming days. But I'm very, very confident that the pace which the MDA government is currently functioning will be able to connect a few more habitations in the days to come. So coming to the PHE sector, we could see that this particular sector has really transformed the lives of our people, and there has been a tremendous progress in providing the functional household tap connections from just 4,550 households in the year 2019 to 5.42 lakh households in the year 2025, which is a 119-fold increase. And this clearly shows the sincere effort of all involved under the leadership of our Honorable PHE Minister. However, I would like to urge the government to also kindly look into the delay of payment towards the GGM contractors, and we've seen the grievances being aired from time to time by the contractors. I would like to request the government to kindly look into this particular problem. And as a representative of Sora constituency, I would also like to request the government to bring to the notice of the government, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to the Swear Water Combined Water Supply Scheme, to kindly consider for sanction with regard to the remaining components of work to ensure timely completion of this particular project, which shall provide water to around 8 habitations, having a population of around 6,000 people. So coming to the CNRD department, we could see that the Manrega scheme, which has really contributed towards the infrastructure development in rural areas and has also uplifted the livelihood of our rural populace. Yes, the scheme has been renamed, and the number of the working days has also been increased from 100 to 125 days. I would also like to urge the government to kindly look into the payment with regard to the vendors to ensure that the performance of this particular scheme is not affected in the coming years. So due to paucity of time, I would not like to dwell upon many issues, but according to what the previous honorable members have stated in the August House to their speeches, we could see that and all-round development in all the critical sectors of the state has taken place. And I'm very, very sure that the MDA government, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, will be able to perform and prosper to greater heights in the days to come. So these few summations, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I'll call on Sri Bastarwal Malbanyang, Honorable MLA, Molai, to participate in the debate on Governor's address.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to take part in the debate on the Governor's address. I would like to highlight some of which I feel the missing piece as far as the address made by the government on the floor of the House. First and foremost, I would like to deal with Home Police Department, where in fact the governor, while addressing in the floor of the House, he had announced that the recruitment for almost 3,000 vacancies is nearly completion. But then there are certain issues where some of the police personnel, especially those belonging to the armed branch, which have come and met me personally and informed me about their grievances, which have really affected the morale of these armed branch police personnel, where, as per the information that I received from them while discussing with them, is there has been a long delay as far as the promotion of armed branch police personnel is concerned. Yes, as far as the unarmed branch is concerned, for those who have joined as police constable way back in 1998, 2000, 2001, many of them have rose to the rank of sub-inspector. But sad to say that though, as per the information that they give me, that there has been vacancies as far as the SI in the armed branch is concerned, but till date, many have not been filled up. So I would like the minister and the government of the day to look into this matter. Another point that I would like to raise, which is I feel it is very important, especially in a city like Shillong, where the road is very small and fire incidents do keep occurring every now and then. Because till date, I've seen and witnessed that there are very few mini fire tender, which I feel that mini fire tender is a must in every sub-fire station, especially in the city, where there are many instances where fire incidents occurred and these big fire tender went, but they could not reach the spot because of the small roads that is there in the city. And I would also like to highlight, because in the last session I've raised this issue, where I felt that as far as my constituency is concerned, Meghalaya, it is one of the biggest constituency, especially in and around the Shillong agglomerate. And I feel that a new sub-fire station should have come up in the Maukanro area site, which will cater to any unfortunate incident around that area in Maulai Mauro, Mautawar, down, and also it can cover this area near Maulai. So those are the concerns that I would like to raise as far as the Home Police Department is concerned. And coming to Power Department, it is good to hear from the Governor's address that the government is committed to provide reliable power supply across the state. But sad to say that though the government said that in the last 2 years there has been no scheduled load shedding in the state, but then till today there has been frequent interrupted power supply in my constituency, which I do believe even in other parts of the state as well. And I would request that this is something that is not new. In fact, it is there for quite a long time, and it has really affected especially students and those who depend on regular power supply for their work and many other issues. And recently, I would like to raise this very important issue, where recently, personally, I've experienced, and many from my constituency had come to apprise me of this problem as far as the unnatural sharp rise or increase of power tariff. Let me just share, just this morning only, one person had come and met me, where he had shared the tariff in the last 5-6 months. In the month of September last year, the power tariff is 1,265. In the month of October, it was 1,028 rupees. And in the month of November, it was 1,115. And in the month of December 2025, it was 1,118. Suddenly, in the month of January, there was a sharp increase for almost 400%, where it was 5,894. And again, in the month of February, the total bill amount is 8,552. In fact, this is just one instance, and there are many who had come to me and complained. And therefore, I don't know what is the reason behind for the sharp increase of the power tariff. It is, according to me, it is quite abnormal as far as the increase in the power tariff is concerned. And I would also like to highlight, which in fact this is not the first time for me to raise this very important issue on the floor of the House, where only within my constituency there are many rusted electric poles, which from time to time the people from my constituency had complained to me, where they had complained to the power department to fix this problem, where in any given time, any unfortunate incident might happen because of these rusted poles. In fact, one of my friend from Maulai Mauyong, he had sent a photo of this rusted pole, and it was quite amusing, where in this electric pole, I don't know, the power department to the MECL, they have used a wooden plank to fix the problem. I don't know how far it will be stable, but then it is a cause of concern as far as the safety and security of the people is concerned. And another point.
Please wind up.
Yes, sir. Just a few points that I would like to raise.
The members also have to get.
Just a few points, sir. And I would also like to highlight, because even in my constituency, there are still many unelectrified households. And we are all aware that the revamp and distribution sector scheme, which is being implemented currently, and I would like to the power department to look into this matter to solve the problem of unelectrified household that is still there in my constituency. Another point that I would like to highlight as far as the PHE department is concerned is, as per the government's address, where he mentioned that the long-awaited Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme has been completed. But then we are yet to see the light of day. as far as the Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme is concerned. And just a few days, I was walking in my constituency and in one of the locality in Meghalaya. I was so surprised because there was a time, it was almost 1 year back, along with the officials from the PHE, I went on the spot with them to show them the leakages of water that is there in my constituency. But then recently, again, this problem has resurfaced, where the leakages of money, or I mean the leakages of water, it is so much that it is a complete waste of water. Therefore, I would like to the Honorable Minister concerned to kindly look into this matter. Though there are many other issues that I would like to raise, but since because of paucity of time, I will resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Mukul Sangma, Leader of Opposition, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I rise to support the motion of amendment moved by Honorable Member from Dadengri to the motion of thanks tabled by Honorable Members of this August House. Mr. the Chairman, sir, at the very outset, I would like to make my submission to stress the fact that in this August House, the whole exercise to really put into scrutiny all the policies and programs of the government and all the proposed expenditures which are proposed through various budgetary proposals are required to be put to scrutiny, and a scrutiny to that extent that it creates an enabling environment to create deterrence for any omission or commission at the time of actual implementation of the programs. To ensure fiscal discipline, fiscal transparency is crucial for the state's stable budgetary exercise in the years to come. And this is precisely what the government of Meghalaya has been able to do in the preceding decades. If we look at by the debt is to GSTP ratio, the fiscal deficit over the years in the preceding decades, I think I'm making it abundantly clear that this has been the tradition of the government of Meghalaya. And precisely because of these, that Meghalaya has been able to level itself at a higher level in the credit rating to have access to number of programs which is funded by various financial institutions, particularly the programs which are supported under EAPs. Therefore, it is very important that every amount of programs which is governed by this policy reflected in the governor's address are discussed and debated to an extent which is considered appropriate. I would also like to just share this, whatever was discussed in the Business Advisory Committee. Since we had to do away with one day's private members' business, it was in principle agreed that since we have quite a number of spaces available for the honorable members of this August House to articulate their issues in governor's address and budget discussion, I think we can do away with the private members' business so that we don't have to extend another day in as far as the calendar of this session in respect of this budget session 2026 is concerned. So therefore, through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, I think it is only appropriate that we look at the space in order to enable the members to accommodate the time which may be necessary for them to flag issues concerning the state and concerning their respective constituencies vis-a-vis the policy matters adopted. Now here, I would like to first draw the attention of the government in regard to the usual commitment of the state to ensure transparency and accountability, the most important part in democracy. Because we all here represent the people
And we are privileged to really take the whole responsibility of affairs of governance. Affairs of governance by the ruling side, and to take our responsibilities and perform effectively as opposition to really look at the effectivity or lack of it in terms of governance, efficiency or lack of it in terms of governance, deficiency or otherwise of the governance, and the perceived felt deficiencies and the gaps which require to be addressed by the government of the day. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, here when we talk about the effective mechanisms to ensure this transparency and accountability, there are a number of initiatives that the states have embarked upon, including Government of India, with various laws. And therefore, to create that enabling environment, the focus has to be there and to also indicate that these are all reflected in the governor's address itself. But they are missing. To effectively strengthen various institutions that has been put in place, to ensure the kind of enabling environment for creating, rather ensuring transparency and effective implementation of various programs. We have the social auditing system, which need to be further strengthened. We have the report today tabled by the Honorable Chief Minister pertaining to this. And we have the Lok Ayukta, and we have a number of other laws which regulate our manner of implementation of programs. Now here, if we look at the submissions made by our honorable members from the three branches, I understand that they have reasons to definitely give accolades to the government for various initiatives. But at the same time, as far as the ground reality is concerned, it is also necessary to flag before the government areas of deficiency and perceived omission and commission at the time of implementation of the program. Now, there are a number of deficiencies which ultimately have its cumulative effect in the whole affairs of governance. I would like to just, lest I forget, refer to my own experience and the experiences of all the people of in the western part of the state, recently when ABDK Soba was hosted, the traffic. Though the venue was just on the sides of the National Highway 51, we had a serious problem. I tried to find out, because there was some tendency to pass on the honors of responsibility to the steering committee and the organizers, but the fact is that government has always, in such huge gathering, taken the responsibility, whether it is government of India or state government, it's a responsibility of the government and the state. Now we try to understand why was it? It is because of the huge vacancy in the police department. No other reason. The police could not provide more than 200 men to host such a crucial event where the footfalls were completely unexpected. Therefore, this whole vacancy which is being left and the whole process of recruitment, if we go by Meghalaya Police Act 2010, the law says that result will be declared on a daily basis. I repeat, the result will be declared on a daily basis. What prevents this government from adhering to the mandate of the law? Therefore, unnecessary delay, depriving the young men and women who have applied for the job. How many years it has passed from the time of advertisement for recruitment till now? And we still say in the process of filling up. That's unacceptable. It's a deprivation of our youth from getting the job who are waiting so patiently and eagerly to be part of this whole organization, which is so crucial in the whole governance. Now, if we go by other things, I have put number of unanswered questions to look at, number of FIRs lodged in respective police stations across the state. And the reply, if we go by how many cases so registered in terms of investigation and complete investigations have been completed. The replies are reflective of deficiency in the police. I tried to find out also. I talked to the concerned authorities, the officers. The reply is that, sir, we have huge vacancies, both in armed branches and unarmed branches. Now, for whose interest these vacancies are being left? Mr. Chairman, sir, I will describe this whole modus operandi as an malified, predetermined intent of the government to withhold the quantum of fund which otherwise would have gone in paying the salaries if appointments were met and opportunities given to all those job seekers. This is completely against the provision of the Meghalaya Police Act 2010 and also against the interest of our commitment to provide the opportunities to our youth. And we must remember that police is the only organization which provides the kind of job for all those youth who are school dropouts, who are college dropouts. Rest, we don't have the space. Therefore, I would like to urge upon the government to take a corrective recourse. Be honest in what we say. Walk the talk. Mr. Chairman, sir, these are crucial issues. And at the same time, what does it say? In para 7, during the last year, the second line, during the last year, the overall law and order situation in the state has remained peaceful. I beg to differ. It is right in front of our eyes what's happening. What has happened in West Garo Hills and what is still happening. The whole kinds of, I must say, a kind of situation where various other forces are getting involved in creating that kind of tension between communities. It is a fact. We cannot run away from the truth. These challenges may confront us anytime, whether it is a problem along the interstate border in Assam and Meghalaya. The police doesn't have enough manpower. That is the reply. We talk to them, we ring them up, that is the reply that comes. All across. And we have to remember that we have such a long international, which is referred to as porous international border with Bangladesh, which at the present is not in a very friendly kind of relationship with the country. And the whole challenge of other geopolitical related whatever problems we as frontier states face. This whole Northeast is considered as the most vulnerable area. That is the reason why Government of India has separate law, restricted area permit for visitors coming from other foreign countries. Today, therefore, the need to ensure that every vacancy is filled up with utmost sense of necessity, understanding the importance of this organization. Why did we establish the SF-10, the Special Force 10? Was it not necessary? It was necessary, and precisely because of what we did, therefore we could restore the peace. That's why today in the western part there is no militancy, no terrorism. But today, it is a fact that quite a number of youth have been seen, unidentified people moving around with arms in Garo Hills, in West Khasi Hills, in Southwest Khasi Hills. These are facts. We must nip it in the bud. Prevention is better than cure. A deterrence. We seem to have lost priorities. So where is the issue of not having this challenge in respect of the law and order situation in the state? We have a serious problem of law and order situation, be it in the traffic management. Traffic management. We are hiring and firing those volunteers who have been trained by the civil defense and home guards. Why don't we fill up these posts through a regular recruitment? Don't we want to give jobs for our youth who are waiting so eagerly? And even this recruitment process for temporary posts, they recruit, then they lay off, and again they recruit. Children sometimes are confused. Who will explain to them? Therefore, this should be taken cognizance of by the government of the day. It is a fact. Then at the same time, the areas of concern are many though, but then these are not reflected. We talk about the huge investment which reflect the GSDP, 59,625 crore for the financial year at current price. Mr. Chairman, sir, when will this benefit percolate down to the people so that people will have money in their hand? The common man, the poor, the have-nots, all across the state. If you want to know whether people have that money out of this, it is reflected when we talk to the shopkeepers. The sale proceeds on a daily basis, on a regular basis. Compare it with the preceding decade and now. Many shops are closing down. Many contractors are actually giving up being a contractor. Because out of this investment money, what is happening is that there's a flight of capital. Flight of capital, why? Because these huge quantum of works are being awarded to so-called corporate houses, the companies coming from outside. What did we do in the preceding years, preceding decades? We wanted to ensure that we promote entrepreneurship. Mr. Chairman, sir, we have discussed in the BAC that enough space should be given for us to articulate issues. So maybe you can let your mind know.
No, because I'd given a ruling that the debate on governor's address is up to 1. So maybe there will be the budget presentation. Members can participate there then also. So now, since you're hello, I've given you 15 minutes, maybe 5 minutes more, and then
10 minutes?
Yeah.
I'll wind up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. Anyway, a little bit of momentum dislocation. Usually I speak it from my heart. So the issue of money, the issue of money going down to the people. That is how the GSDP, irrespective of its figure, can actually make an impact in the lives of people. If people don't have money to pay their admission fees for the children, if the people don't have enough money to pay for their medical bill, if people have to run from pillar to post for getting the kind of support for accessing to medical care, this is happening on a daily basis. The moment we go outside the house, all the members of this August House will be informed of various problems being faced by the people. The whole lack of proper monitoring on the issue of healthcare and saving lives. In the health sector, yes, we have invested, so much of investment, but have the access to healthcare improved? No. Is the affordability of healthcare being ensured? No. What is happening? Is the blood available for the patients when they are confronted with the need to have a blood transfusion on an urgency basis? Is the trauma centers working to save lives who are victims of road accidents? Is the measures being taken up to prevent and reduce the incidence of road accidents? Mr. Chairman, sir, I tried to bring this issue through start question, but it didn't come naturally. But then what is the intent of those questions are? To draw the attention of the government. Look at the sanction time, the date of sanction of this program. Till now, full amount which has been sanctioned by Government of India for these trauma centers have not been yet utilized. No burn unit, nothing. I talked to the civil hospital joint director to find out whether the burn unit is working or not, because recently one young girl who is a student of a university had a burn injury. The burn unit is not yet established. The money is there, the component is there. This is the state of situation, rather, pathetic state of your management. Why is it not being done? Every day, almost on a daily basis, road accident, the golden hour we call it, the first hour. When an accident takes place in Nongpo, then the victim is being brought to Shillong. Don't we have the trauma center in Nongpo? Yes, we have, but it's not fully equipped. For whose interest it is being left like that? The money is there. So, Mr. Chairman, sir, it sounds very beautiful. The honorable member from Auhati said, those who criticize us about road are who cannot see the truth. I differ. Mr. Chairman, sir, I will refer to this very important aspect which I have raised earlier also, the quality of the work. The huge inflated costs being factored in the estimate, the money which should otherwise be enough for making 3 roads consumed by 1 road. What is this? For whose interest? Therefore, I would like to read one of the observations of the empowered committee who scrutinizes various projects pertaining to PMGSY in quality issues. Para 22 of the empowered committee meeting held on 27 March 2023. What does it say? The relevant para, I will say, there are 90 action taken report, 26 ATRs for completed works and 64 ATRs for ongoing works, pending at the state level. The state was asked to show substantial compliance for these pending ATRs. It takes so much of time. Then subsequently, the empowered committee says, during the empowered committee meeting, it was observed that the NQM, the quality monitoring unsatisfactory grading for completed and ongoing works has increased in the current year from March 2022 to February 2023. Unsatisfactory grading of completed ongoing works have increased. What does it say? Quality compromise. So therefore, there are many things. How to look at these concerns? Put in place all those effective measures to ensure effective and transparent way of actual spending from these scarce resources which is accrued to public exchequer. This money belongs to the people. We are only custodians. It is our job to see that we are good managers and we are not found to be really lying to the honors which are the public. If we lie to the public just because we have the repository of our vested upon the people who run the government, it is just contrary to the spirit of our democracy. That threatens the sustainability and vibrancy of our democracy. With these few words, Mr. Chairman, sir, I thank you once again for extending a little bit of time. And next time we will have, I think, longer session because this duration of session, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it will leave behind enough space to go for all these implementing programs unnoticed, undiscussed, and without any scrutiny, which is not in the interest of the people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Mr. Arvind Stone, Bimarak, you can participate, please.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to take part in the Governor address, which was delivered on 16th February this month. It is a privilege to rise today, extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Governor for his address to this August House. His Excellency has also eloquently underscored the importance of inclusive growth touching upon vital sectors such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, and youth development. It has been rightly highlighted about the need to harness Meghalaya's rich cultural heritage while embracing a modernity, a balance as to which we as elected representatives are committed to uphold. References to rural development and sports infrastructure resonated deeply with the aspirations of Silsila, which is my constituency. We are already witnessing the transformative impact of initiatives, be it the rollout of new Anganwadi centers, artificial synthetic football tubs, to name a few, a vision which provides us a roadmap to accelerate these efforts. Furthermore, sir, under the Power Department, I am very much pleased that certain villages in my constituency, like Alotri, Chibongri, Chisakri, Kama, to name a few which were devoid of any electricity for almost a decade, now have access to uninterrupted power supply, which has uplifted the spirit of my constituents. Also, sir, I would like to thank the government for providing a bailout package of the sum of rupees 115 crores to the GHADC, which has immensely lightened the burden of numerous employees within the council. On a lighter note, the GHADC salary payments have become so regular nowadays that they even get their salaries credited on a Sunday, which no state government employees have had the privilege to experience. I am deeply thankful to this government for taking into account the number of youth who are deeply interested in football in my constituency. And I had asked for an artificial football stadium in the past, and within no time, this request of mine had been fulfilled. And I am proud to say that Silsila will now have its very own artificial football stadium very soon. Sir, I would also like to mention the timely filling the vacancy under the DSC and MPC, which has further provided many youth with job opportunities. Sir, I would also like to take these opportunities to mention the upcoming various Anganwadi centers and their repairs in my constituency, which help many people immensely, especially from the grassroots level. I am particularly inspired by His Excellency's call to strengthen grassroots democracy, which has been well received by constituents, and it shows the dedication of this government to do wonder for Meghalaya as a state. On behalf of the people of Sicily, I would like to convey our deepest appreciation for His Excellency, Vice Consul, steadfast support and unwavering belief in Meghalaya's potential.
Please wind up. Time is over.
With these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now discussion on the debate on Governor's address is closed. Now we will take up item number 6. Chief Minister, would you like time or?
Mr. Chairman, sir, I can reply straight.
Okay, please.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I, at the very outset, would like to thank all the honorable members who have participated in the debate to the Governor's address. I would like to thank the honorable member from Umsning, the honorable member from Dadengri, the honorable member from Nongkrem, honorable member from Nongtumai constituency, honorable member from Moplang constituency, honorable member from Morangkaneng constituency, honorable member from Karkuta constituency, honorable member from Pulbari constituency, honorable member from Nongtumai constituency, honorable member from Nongstoin, honorable member from Shillong East, honorable member from Sora, honorable member from Maulai, honorable member from Songsak, honorable member from Selsela, and honorable member from Nongpo for very actively and constructively participating in this debate to the Governor's address. Sir, I would like to assure all the members that I and my team have taken note of all the points that have been mentioned by the honorable members, and hence I will not go member by member or issue by issue basis. But as I said, the suggestions and the concerns have all been noted, and necessary steps will be taken to see how we could address some of the concerns that the members have expressed today in the House. So the Honorable Governor had mentioned in the Governor's address about Meghalaya today being the second fastest growing economy in the country. Tamil Nadu has shown a growth rate in 2024-2025 of 11.19%, and Meghalaya is second at 9.66%. And so this is a matter of deep satisfaction to see that the efforts that have been made in the last 8 years have led to this growth that we are seeing in the gross state domestic product. And the rate that we are seeing is what we call the real GSDP. And when we say real GSDP, this is the growth minus inflation. So we have what we call the nominal GSDP. In the nominal, you add the inflation factor, but real GSDP is minus the inflation factor. So these are real numbers and they show the real growth. And most importantly, this average growth of 10% has been maintained consistently for the last 3 years. So we are the only state in the country that has consistently in the last 3 years shown an average growth rate of 10%. And this growth, sir, is not simply because of one particular year being great, one particular year spending going up. As mentioned, this has been a consistent effort. And this has also happened, as I said, because of the fact that we have targeted this growth. We have kept this in mind and said we need to grow as a state, and therefore we have kept a target that we will cross that 85,000 crores, which roughly translates into about $10 billion, depending on the exchange rate in the market. But at that point in time, it was a $10 billion economy, which translates into about 85,000 crores. And with that target in mind, we started to move forward. So second point is that there were concerns that the per capita GSDP has not grown as much as we wanted, or the per capita GSDP has been very low for Meghalaya. Sir, it is a fact that the GSDP per capita has been low, but it has been low for many, many years. It's not something that just started happening last year or 2 years back. So our rankings have been very low at the national level for a very long time. In fact, in 2019, we were ranked at 28 in terms of the per capita income. Today, we have gone up the ladder and today we're at rank 26. And while I say that, sir, what is important to note is the per capita GDP is a factor of the GSDP divided by the population. And hence, the population, if it grows, then obviously even if the economy grows, the denominator also growing means the per capita does not increase at the rate that we would want to. And if you look at Meghalaya, our population growth is way higher than most of the states in the country. So we are at a 0.95% growth in terms of our population. And therefore, this factor affects the overall growth in the per capita GDP and does not reflect it completely in terms of what we see in the GSDP numbers. And just to give an example, sir, that if we had a population growth rate of what, say, a state like Telangana, which is at 0.37%, we are at 0.955%, then our per capita income would have gone up to 1.63 lakhs. So therefore, this factor needs to be considered while we are calculating the per capita. But the good news, sir, is that while the GSDP has gone up from 2018-19 today to 2020-24, from 32,000 in 2018 to 59,000 in 2024, which is a 1.9 times increase. The per capita income has also gone up from 88,954 to 1,57,141, which is a 1.8 times increase in the per capita income also. So therefore, the growth has been there. We are seeing the growth happening. And if you look at all the states in the country today, the per capita GDP growth that has taken place for Meghalaya, we are ranked number 5 in the country today. So therefore, even Government of India has noticed and has mentioned about the growth rate in per capita for Meghalaya, and we have ranked as number 5 between 19 and 2025 financial year. So therefore, sir, we are seeing this growth that's taking place. Now, while we look at per capita and the overall GSDP growth, what is important to note and remember in this growth story is the fact that is it impacting our people at the grassroots level? Is the lives of our people changing? Are they better off than what they were in 2018? And I think that is a key question that all of us should ask, because there are many, many factors which could be up, some factors could be down. It's a natural process. But on an average, are we better off than what we were in 2018? I think that is the key question. And so if you look at the overall process of what we have done as a government, I must say that it has been a very difficult journey. 8 years have been very difficult. We have had a lot of challenges. And the base with which we started, the different foundations that were laid, were not as strong as one would have wanted. There was a lot of gaps in the capacity of our teams. There were a lot of gaps in terms of institutional systems in place. There was a gap in terms of ensuring that targets and proper goals were set for departments. So there were a lot of multiple gaps in the system. But I'm happy, sir, that in the last 7-8 years, if you look back, that our members and our team who are there in the ruling side will have a small sense, I'm not saying we are satisfied, but a small sense of satisfaction to see that major things happened during these last 8 years. I was so happy this time that the House started this session by playing the national song, the national anthem, and our state anthem, as was mentioned by our honorable member from Homestay. So this is a small, but yet a very, very meaningful step forward. It took us close to 50 years to come out with our own state anthem. Again, not to blame anybody, but these are small things, but give identity and purpose and a recognition to our people. And I think that is something that we are really, really happy and proud about. It took forever, almost 50 years, for us to have our state symbol. And today we have the state emblem, which was again brought in by this government. And therefore, these are things that we are again very proud, again a matter of identity and a recognition for our people. It is during this government's time that a big project, or some of the few projects and iconic projects like Crowborough project, which was lying unattended to for last many, many years. Of course, efforts were made, but somehow the logical conclusion was not happening. We're happy to see that those legacy projects which had been started by our earlier leaders had finally reached a point where we managed to inaugurate those hotels. And we're very happy, sir, that with those hotels opening up, the complete dynamics of the tourism sector in Meghalaya has changed. People may not realize it, that how the overall number and the quality of tourists has come up just by the fact that we have 5-star hotels in the state today. It has a huge multiplier effect, and we're happy to see that. So the House, I'm very, very hopeful, sir, that in this next financial year, we will be able to enter the new assembly building. And I recall, sir, that in 2018, when we were having the HPC meeting to decide on how to move forward, and the question came in front of me, and with the Honorable Speaker at that time, and we discussed what we should do. Should we scrap everything? And should we start from day one, the whole process of getting a new location, getting new designers, getting new tendering process for the architects and so on and so forth. And I categorically remember us discussing and deciding, saying that enough time has been spent on this. And a lot of effort has been made. And hence there is no need for us to come in and again go into the aspect of changing the location or again go into the aspect of retendering the whole process. We will take the project as is, where is basis, and we will move forward from it. So therefore, these kind of thought process and decisions were taken, and today we'll be having our own assembly very soon, a new building, very soon, where some of us who have seen the work that's going on there will be quite happy to see the kind of infrastructure. I will not be wrong to say that it's maybe one of the better assembly secretariats and buildings that at least I have come across, especially when it comes to the smaller states and the states in the northeast. So these kind of impactful changes have taken place. There's so many more which I will continue to address in this reply. But while we move forward, sir, as I said, my point being that how did this impact our economy? How did it impact our people? And as I said, the primary question being, are our people better off than they were? Not at the point where they want to be. Obviously, we have bigger aspirations, but are we better off? And if you look at the overall, the process of calculation, sir, there's a process called the KLEMS, which is the Capital, Labor, Energy, Manufacturing Services method, which is a method that has been used and prescribed by the RBI framework. And we applied this framework to the overall growth that took place in our economy. And this is a well-established framework used everywhere across the world, sir. And based on this, we calculated the amount of employment that was generated by the growth rate that took place in each sector. And you'll be happy to know, sir, that in the last 7 years, from 2019 till 2025, based on the KLEMS method prescribed by the Reserve Bank of India, that 3,66,024 jobs were created and employment were created, I should say, in Meghalaya over these last 6 to 7 years. In agriculture alone, 1,90,914 jobs were created. In trades and repair services, 59,457 jobs were created. In hotels and restaurants, 12,683 jobs were created. In transport and storage, 9,835 jobs were created. In manufacturing and recycling, 24,926 jobs were created. And so on and so forth. And if I go deeper into the agriculture sector alone, for example, in agriculture, we created 1,96,914 employments were created. Out of these programs, or rather out of these employments, in floriculture alone, we created 789 employment opportunities. We have a very, very strong floriculture mission where we are giving close to about 7 lakh rupees to every beneficiary who would like to put up a poly house. And so just you were there with us when we had had a small program for this particular mission. And in that mission, close to 1,000 plus beneficiaries have benefited. And they have created, as I said, almost 789 jobs and employments have been created just under this one program alone. Similarly, in mushroom cultivation, 4,078 after we took up the mushroom mission, about 4,078 jobs have been created in this. In black pepper alone, because of the mission mode programs that we're running, 12,714 employment opportunities have been created, and so on and so forth. Fruit development schemes, where again, these are schemes and programs funded by the government of Meghalaya. About 20,523 employment opportunities were created. If you look at other aspects of the organic mission, we had almost 47,927 farmers who benefited from this. In Lakadong mission alone, 15,333 farmers have benefited. So if you look at the entire breakup of every single scheme that has been funded by Government of India or Government of Meghalaya, here mostly Government of Meghalaya, sir, that we have seen the kind of impact that this has had in terms of the job creations. Now, if I were to go into just more detail of the organic mission alone, when I said that in the organic mission, 47,927 jobs or rather employment opportunities were created. If you look at the details of this, every district has benefited. So out of the 47,927, West Garo Hills, 5,279 job opportunities were created. In Ribhoi district, 4,301 job opportunities were created. In East Khasi Hills, 4,728 job opportunities through the Meghalaya, this organic mission program that we launched. Whereas I mentioned from the agriculture sector, 1,94,000. Within the organic, the organic mission, 47,000. And within the organic mission, East Khasi Hills got 10% of that, which is 4,728. So these kind of numbers that are there, sir, which shows clearly that the growth that we have seen in the GSDP, the mission mode programs that we have taken up, have impacted farmers at the grassroots. The farmers have benefited. They have created employment, and the people are slightly better off than what they were before these kind of interventions that took place. So therefore, this is the kind of story, sir, that we are seeing. And if you look at all the schemes that we have implemented in the state, and I go beyond agriculture for now, whether it is, the programs of Yes Meghalaya, if you look at the programs of Hello Meghalaya, just to share with you, sir, that Yes Meghalaya, about 10,000 individuals have been affected or supported. In the Aqua Mission, 11,050 different beneficiaries have been supported. In CM Care, 1,20,000 beneficiaries are benefiting. In Prime, 9,400 beneficiaries are benefiting. So if you add all of this together, we are touching close to 8 lakh individuals who have benefited on one way or the other through these different schemes that the government of Meghalaya has implemented in the last many years, which has again, as I said, impacted many, many people at the grassroots level and improved their lives from what they were before. Are they satisfied? So it's difficult to satisfy everybody. But as I said, we are in the process, and we believe that we have made things slightly better than what they used to be. A small example, which a lot of people may not know, sir, that when it comes to the minimum wage for unskilled people in the country, the highest is Karnataka with 581 rupees. That is the highest in the country. The members of the August House and the people in this at large will be happy to know that the second highest is Meghalaya, where we are giving 525 rupees for the unskilled wage, the minimum wage in the states. And you'll be happy to know, if you compare it to other states in the northeast, Sikkim has a minimum wage of 500 rupees. Meghalaya is 525. Manipur has 400 rupees. Mizoram is 420 rupees. Assam is 338 rupees. Arunachal Pradesh is 350 rupees. Nagaland is 176 rupees. Tripura is 274 rupees. And I repeat, Meghalaya is 525 rupees, sir. So therefore, we are the highest in the northeast and the second highest in the country. So this number may sound very simple, but why is this important? This is important, sir, because it reflects the intention of our government. The minimum wage we put in here affects the poorest of the poor in the state, sir. And therefore, our government's intention is to support in every possible way the most marginalized section of society, supporting the poorest of the poor, and ensuring that in whatever capacity and at whatever level we can, that equity can also be sent forward and move forward in this. So therefore, these are the kind of steps that are being taken, sir. In one of the programs recently, I'm not sure whether it was in the House or in another function, but I had mentioned about the housing for the poor. And so this is something that we are very, very, very particular about. And of course, we'll be coming out with more details in the budget. But I thought this is an appropriate point to mention this again, where we are ensuring that while Shillong City grows, while we have large projects taking place to ensure that the growth is seen, which will then impact the people at the grassroots level also. But it is important for us to think about a lot of our poor families who don't have houses, especially in cities and town areas where land is expensive. Therefore, there are families, sir, who cannot afford to buy a house, cannot afford to buy a land. Therefore, the government has come out with a program where we will be constructing housing for affordable housing for the marginalized section of society. And this is again something that is reflective of the government's intention to ensure that the poorest of the poor are also not left behind. So while this small aspect of unskilled labor, where the minimum wage, as I said, is the second highest in the country, and the highest in the Northeast, maybe a small number, but the message that we're giving to everybody is a very, very strong, powerful, and a big message, sir. Sir, there are, of course, many other programs that are there in this. I will not go into details of that. But I would like to just share with the members, and I think some of the members had mentioned about this. This is, again, an issue that a lot of people talk to me about. Again, reflecting about our local people, our local contractors, our local entrepreneurs. So at the end of the day, as I said, the growth story is only effective if it helps and supports our local people. It is only effective if it impacts the local people out here. Now, a lot of people have concerns about contracts and saying large, big contracts, only the big companies come and take. So there's a procedure that is to be followed. It's not a choice that we make. Government of India, all the externally aided projects, and audit has got guidelines which we need to follow. And in spite of the fact that we do multiple measures in which we can then take care of our local contractors and support them in whatever way possible, sometimes it is just not possible because of the scale of the projects that we take up. Now, there are big, big projects which will be audited in the future, which need to be followed in a mechanism of tendering that is acceptable by the audit. And hence, all of those procedures need to be followed, and hence, large projects are areas which we need to take up because of the quality aspect, because of the big projects we want to ensure that we finish on time, so on and so forth. But at the same time, we are concerned about our local contractors and the small-time contractors. Now, a lot of people feel that we are marginalizing them. So I just want to share a small number with you regarding minor works. So minor works are works that are done by our small-time contractors. In 2019, the total amount that was given for minor works in different departments put together was 454 crores. 454 crores. Today, in a matter of 6 years' time, that amount has gone up from 454 crores to 1,286 crores. A 3 times jump in the sanction and the allocation of works under minor works. And this is being done precisely to ensure that our small-time contractors benefit and our local contractors are given the work, and they are able to also take care of their livelihood. So therefore, sir, whether it is the minimum wage, whether it is the farmers, the laborers, the people who are marginalized and don't have housing, or even our small-time contractors who are running their families and their companies or their firms with getting small works, sir, we are working towards helping all of them. And these numbers clearly reflect from 400 crores or 450 crores, today it has gone up to almost 1,300 crores, sir, And I assure the House that we will continue to ensure that our small-time contractors are given the attention and given the support, as they are also a very important part of the economy and society. And it is important for our government to ensure that we support them through these processes by ensuring that more funds are given to the minor works heads. Sir, similarly, as I was mentioning, sir, that for us, creation of employment at the end of the day is really what the entire exercise is about. So when we talk of growth, when we talk of, we are talking of making life better for our citizens, but at the same time, ensuring that jobs are created. And I explained, sir, earlier that how we had created almost 3.8 lakh job opportunities through the different interventions that were given by the state government. So similarly, from 2018-19 onwards, we have been very focused on entrepreneurship, because we realize that for an economy to grow at the pace that we would want it to grow, it cannot happen just by ensuring that that we spend on us from the government side, but an entrepreneurship culture and an environment and ecosystem needs to be developed so the opportunities and the benefits can reach all the way to the grassroots level. In the last many years, sir, we have been working under schemes like the Prime, schemes like CM Elevate. Today, Bakharpuri, I think all of us know him. He is almost a household name when it comes to food trucks, and of course a household name when it comes to entrepreneurship and how even our young boys and girls can succeed in a competitive world. Chicken Wagon. This was started by Bakharpuri, and the struggle that he went through and the difficulties and the challenges he went through, but he adapted to those challenges. I have gone to his small house and seen how they work, and I was so pleasantly surprised to see how they even have a small hostel in his house. So his workers don't go home. They stay right there. So there's a section for boys, a section for girls, and they stay there and they work day and night just so that this business can come up. And the passion with which they work is something, sir, that will motivate any other youngster. And the story of Chicken Wagon, I'm so happy that we were able to send them to Vienna last time, where there was the Global Entrepreneurship Forum was going on. So we selected Bakharpuri and some of the team members to be part of that. And he went there. And after going there, he visited other food truck businesses in Vienna to see how they're doing business and how he could learn from what they're doing and maybe get some technology from there. And that's the kind of enterprising mindset, that has come in to the system and making so much of a difference today. If you look at Yasha Rimbai, sir, we know her because we have seen her in the Eriviv Private Limited, again, a company that again is a strong inspiration for especially our Eri silk weavers and our handicraft section, where again, sir, from scratch, our entrepreneurs, Kongrambai, was able to build up. And today she has got different products being made, different fabrics being made. She's doing value addition. She's creating different products that are going all the way even to the top level in the state. The Prime Minister and other dignitaries, these gifts are being given by us to them. We have heard of the story of the 7 United Rice Brew, Keenan K. Marak. Again, a young boy. If you look at him, sir, you'll think that he's still in class 10. But even at that young age, and being so, not having the kind of exposure that one would want, he took an opportunity. He realized that there's an opportunity in the rice beer. And he started to can it, because he realized that it's a cultural aspect for the Garos and for many other tribes. But he took it upon himself to create the infrastructure, get the investment, get the equipments, and today he is, creating those cans of rice beer. And just to share with you, sir, we had a very difficult time because we had to play with the policies and the rules of the excise department to create the policy ecosystem so that his products could be then legalized in one way. So we had to do a lot of homework, which took us some time. But I'm happy that we gave all the support that is required. We supported even through all our financial support and other things by giving guidance. And today, he is doing well. And he's producing and he's employing people. And I hope that his business will grow even further. But these are the kind of opportunities that we wish to give to our people. This Srimati Pasinda K. Sangma from Messrs. Same Food and Beverages. I don't know how many of you have met her, but in almost every single government program or every single convention we have where we are showing the products of the state, you will find her with her family, her team, giving out one of the best homemade local fruit wines that our state has seen. And I remember 2018 when I first went to the counter to see the products that she was making. The bottling of the products, I'm sorry I have to say this in this house, but the bottling of those products was in a used bottle, you see, and the label of that used bottle also was not taken out. So it was some other beer brand, some other alcohol brand, but since there was no facility, no support, she just used to make the wine and she used to then sell it in those, in those recycled bottles, if I may. But through the years, as you're aware, sir, we have an incubation center for fruit wines. It's in the Indian Institute of Hotel Management in Shillong, in Mount Indiang. So we created a wine, incubation center where our farmers and our entrepreneurs are being trained on how to get better quality of fruit wine. Today, after providing this support structure, helping them with finances, connecting them to different packaging companies, you will see the kind of product that Srimati Pasinda K. Sangma today is coming out with. And you will not be able to compare the two products of the 2018 to the 2025. It is not just national, sir, it is at international level products that she's making. And like her, there are many, many, many such entrepreneurs today who are making homemade and local fruit wines. Because, sir, our point of bringing the fruit wine was, number one, a lot of people are into it. And number two, our fruits get spoiled. They rot and they finish, so they perish. And therefore, one of the ways to create value out of it is to create homemade wine. So therefore, our policy supports that. I think you may not be aware, but we have taken a policy decision that you will not require to take any special license for it. We give you a small document, but you don't have to pay much. I think 500 rupees or 1,000 rupees or something has to be paid. And we're not charging any ad valorem on this. We're not charging any taxes on this. We're ensuring that these fruit wines are popular, made popular, because these are also our tourism products for us, and they create livelihood at the grassroots level. Again, sir, reflecting that when it comes to local products, local livelihood, we go that extra mile and extra step to ensure that we make the policy frameworks very smooth for them to be able to grow their business, create the employment, and have better opportunities. So like that, sir, I have got a full list of different entrepreneurs who are today being supported. This paper has about 30, 40 of them, but I will resist from going into all of these numbers. But it's something that is in fact a story which we should all hear. So apart from that, the local incentives and local jobs that we're creating. Another area for us of great opportunity which we have been working on is to skill our youth in the right direction. And therefore we realize that while we create entrepreneurship, while we look at different forms of job opportunities, skilling our youth in the right skills and in the areas which they are good at and the opportunities that are available, I think is very, very crucial. So therefore, many Government of India skill programs are going, but somehow, somewhere they're not suiting our requirements. So we have come out with our own Skill Meghalaya initiative. And, we have almost touched 60,000 plus youths have been trained and individuals have been trained since its inception. And I'm very happy to see that this has had a very, very positive and a strong impact at the grassroots level. Training programs like Mason, for Mistri. I was mentioning last time in the House that when you look at the overall Mason capacity or skill, when we look at regions like Khasi Hills, there's a lot of skill available in that, because almost in every village you will find somebody who can actually become a Mistri and a head Mistri and a Mason and actually do the work. But whereas if you go to some of the parts like in Garo Hills, there is a huge deficiency of that. And we realize that if our local boys and local girls can be trained in that, then they can become that particular force that is required to ensure that large-scale implementation happens. So we are aware that whenever we have a small law and order situation or some kind of a communal tension, suddenly you'll see Garo Hills, all construction work stops because there is no person to work. So these kind of areas can easily be worked out where there's an opportunity for our youth can come in and become that worker or that particular Mistri that we require. And we are looking at all of these kind of options. Recently, sir, you'll be very happy to know, a lot of people may not be aware about this, that Government of Meghalaya has also decided in the Education Department, we have amended some of the sections for the, not sections, but some of the requirements in terms of the physical and the other subjects that are there. And we have introduced a certain aspect of skilling in that. Now, this is nothing new. This has always been there. But why is it different? What we have done is that we have now changed the skilling requirement and to not just a normal skilling, we have connected that skilling to your ancestral and family skills that you may have. So, sir, in your area, you keep mentioning about blacksmiths who are there. And today, many of the young kids may not want to follow that profession because they are looking at other things, the world is changing, and so on and so forth. But then, it is important that a child, a son or a daughter should see that aspect of what his or her father went through or mother went through when they were also struggling. And we realize that it's a great way to connect the child to the parents also, and also to continue the legacy of the family in terms of the different skills that they've had. So for example, the blacksmith is there. We have put 50% of the marks under this particular subject, where the child will and must take skilling from his or her father or mother. So the mother may teach bakery. Maybe she's into baking or cooking. That will have marks. So we are allowing them to learn those skills and get marks for doing that, sir. So these are the kind of things that we're again impacting, because we realize at the grassroots level, we may have a growth rate and touch 85,000 lakhs, crores, of GSDP. But if that growth does not improve the lives of the people and does not touch the lives of the people at the grassroots level, then we are failing in our responsibility and duty to make that change that we had started to do or started off with. And that is why, sir, I chose this opportunity to share with you that it's not just numbers. There is a story behind what we are talking. There is a plan behind what we're doing. There's a strategy to achieve that plan. And the impact of that plan and strategy is starting to show results in the different points that I have just mentioned to you. So apart from the economic impact, we've also realized as a state, as a government, that it is crucial for us to not forget our roots. And I think this is something that will resonate with every single member in this house. It is the identity, it is our culture, it is our tradition, which makes us who we are. And we need to be proud of it. We need to promote it, sir. As you're aware, sir, I have put up a small team. We are aware that some research has been done in order to find the roots of the different tribes that we have. A lot of study has been done, sir. We want to further extend that study and do a lot of grassroots work and collect information at the grassroots level. And hence, we are starting a program where we will be sending our researchers to Cambodia, where we know that the Mon Khmer community is there and the ethnicity is there, which is linked with the Khasi and the Jaintia community. But more research, for example, the DNA testing, the DNA mapping, the language, the route that our people took, so many things have been not looked into in detail. For example, the Garos, we have always believed, we do believe that we have come from Tibet. But which area, which language, what is the backtracking of that? What was the route we took? Study has been done, sir. But we feel that we need to go more into micro detailing so that all the facts come out and a real good history has been created. This was not done in the past in the scale that we are doing. Yes, smaller exercises were done, but in the coming year, in this next financial year, which I'll be mentioning, sir, today in the budget also, that we will be taking this forward and we will be doing it in a much larger scale in terms of the history and the research of the root of the different tribes of our state. And similarly, sir, it's not just this particular study. We have started what we call the program for the Chief Minister's Research Grant, where about close to 50 researchers today every year are doing research on the culture and tradition of our people. Apart from that, sir, if you look at just basic infrastructure, a lot of people may not be aware, sir, but the Indigenous Culture Center of Seng Khasi Khmer, which is in Mokar in Shillong, government has sanctioned 15 crores to build up this Indigenous Culture Center. And we are all aware, so it's a very, very old and a historic location. And the Seng Khasi community has been wanting some recognition and some kind of a support to build up this cultural center. And we realize the importance of this, and we have funded, as I said, 15 crores to set up this Indigenous cultural center. Similarly, sir, if you look at the amenities for culture and tourism for the Nongkrem dance, whether it's the Lumpomlang and the Madan CM in Smith, sir, we have sanctioned 17.26 crores of funds to develop this entire amenities for culture and tourism in the Nongkrem dance in Smith area and in Lumpomlang, which again, sir, I had inaugurated some days back. And this was, again, a series of events that took place about 4 years back. I had gone to be part of the rituals that were there performed in Lumpomlang. And when I went there, I was told that this is a ritual which has been practiced for decades and centuries, in fact. And when I went there, it was a plain ground with no infrastructure at all. And people were either sitting on the ground or they were sitting on the plastic chair or wherever, and it has no semblance of, a tradition that has been followed for 100 years. And that's when I spoke to the leaders there, and I said that I think we need to do something about this. And we discussed and we talked, and I'm happy to inform you, sir, that in the last 4 years, we have sanctioned 17.26 crores, 13.56 has already been dispersed, and the rest of the work is continuing. And if you go and see now in Smith, there's a boundary wall that has been constructed around the field. There's a large stage that has been set up. Public facilities have been created. And a sitting area and arena, a small arena has been created in the Lumpomlang area so that this particular ritual can take place and public can sit and gather, and there is dignity to the entire procedure, sir. So these are the kind of things that we are focusing on to ensure that we are able to give importance to that cultural and identity of our state and our people. So the Tribal Heritage Research Center in Mandalgiri. This again is a 40.9 crore project, which is under tendering. And I had gone with Honorable PHE Minister, whose constituency this falls under. And we have seen roads have been constructed now. Earlier, this area used to be very, very, I should say, non-connected. And Honorable MLA used to tell me that he had to spend the night, overnight to campaign there because there were no roads. But today we can go and come back in a matter of 20 minutes, half an hour, because the roads and other infrastructures have been created. And also, as I said, in order to ensure that our tribal heritage and culture is researched, this particular Tribal Heritage Research Center has been finalized for Mandalgiri for 40 crores, 40.9 crores, and the tendering is under process as we speak. Sir, in Wamaupat village in Mausanram, so there is Twalongwar Open Air Museum. I don't know if you're aware of this, sir, but a lot of people are not aware. And so this has been preserved. This is a mid-18th century settlement. Mid-18th century settlement, sir. And it has got a lot of scientifically validated archaeological site remains are there in that. And this again place was not, given any importance. And of course, small activities were taking place. But today we realize the traditional and cultural importance of this location to our people, and especially to the people from that area. And we have sanctioned 50 lakhs for infrastructures to be created so that overall we can start developing that place, doing a bit more research, and being able to preserve, the history, the rich history and culture of our people. So if you look at the Sirwet Ubarim, again, sir, this is basically preservation of the oral traditions and indigenous wisdom, and the documentation of ecological and ritual practices of our people, sir. This also will facilitate intergenerational knowledge transfer. So these kind of things and this documentation was not available for this and was not being done, sir. We have sanctioned 1 crore so that this particular documentation can be done. So that again, the rich heritage, the rich culture of our people, the knowledge of our people can be preserved, sir. So similarly, sir, through Intact Meghalaya, a lot of documentation is being done for oral history and heritage documentation, where we know that there are so many different stories that we have, folklores that we have, which just simply go unnoticed. So therefore, and in fact are disappearing because there is no proper documentation. But through Intact, we have started doing this work, sir. And today, more than 35 Khasi oral recordings have been completed. Garo recordings are in place. 20-minute documentaries on traditional practices are being made. Heritage walk documentaries are underway. And similarly, sir, we are also working with different international agencies to take things forward in this aspect also, sir. Sir, apart from that, just to share with you, and you must be all aware about Hello Meghalaya. So the Hello Meghalaya platform is a platform where we are providing an OTT platform for filmmakers to put up their films on this platform, and we pay them for it. We pay them for it, sir. So you'll be happy to know that apart from music videos, other documentaries that are being made, our film producers and makers are so connected to their grassroots that so many short movies have come out in the Hello Meghalaya, which are linked to our tradition. Just to give an example, sir, Kasinjuk Riki Laipu Siem, The Alliance of 30 Kings. This movie was made and it was written and directed, of course, by late Hamlet Barre. But these are the history and episodes of the Khasi history and the culture. Again, similarly, D.A. Sangma made a movie called What I See. And it's a deeply moving story, in fact, of a blind boy who navigates the world through sound and music. So these are the kind of movies that are being made there. Nokalikai, again a short film rooted in one of the most haunting legends of the Khasi tradition. The story of Likai, a widow whose remarriage ends in devastating betrayal. So, sir, this platform is allowing our youngsters to go back into history, research and make movies so that future generations can then go into that. And like that, sir, I have got a whole list of documentaries. I don't think I'll have time to go, but like, say, for example, in Maulai, Elmer War, a visual portrait of Maulai, one of Shillong's most culturally distinctive localities. This documentary is on Hello Meghalaya, and this is being supported by Government of Meghalaya. And today this documentary is made and is on the OTT platform. So like this, there are many such movies. I've got about 30-40 of them listed here, but because of paucity of time, I will not go into details of all of that. But I think the point that we're trying to make is that while our economic growth is taking place, and while this economic growth is impacting the people at the grassroots and more policies are being created, and we're moving forward as an economy and as a society, I think what is important to not forget is our roots and our culture. And therefore, these three things must come together for us to be able to become a sustainable economy in the future. Because all of these aspects are important for us as a society and as a people. And once we create that balance between all of this, we will be able to, as I said, create a very strong economic model which we can at least, we can take forward in the days to come. So I don't want to go too much into details about so many facts, but just some of the concerns that honorable members had mentioned regarding power cuts. So I think this is important to address because there is a bit of a non-clarity in this and confusion. Sir, the power cuts, as I said, are not scheduled load shedding, sir. But as mentioned again by the honorable member himself, that there are rusted poles. There are a lot of, transformers, more than 1,000 transformers which are of low capacity or are very old in nature. There are wires that have been there for the last 30 years. So like that, there has been a lot of issue and basically problems that are there where we need to revamp. Now, for example, sir, under different programs of the government of Meghalaya and different schemes funded by by different organizations, 76,957 numbers of poles will be changed under the RDSS scheme. Now, for that to happen, sir, under the RDSS scheme, obviously, sir, we have to switch off the power because the pole has to be changed. So all of these, similarly, the power has to be switched off when the lines have to be changed. The power is switched off when the transformer is being changed. So all of these disruptions that are happening is not because of the load shedding or regulated load shedding, but because of the requirement as per the implementation of this project. So 76,000 poles will be changed. We have to switch off. We have to then work. And then obviously we try to balance it out in a manner. So these are being done to precisely improve the quality of the connections, replace old transformers, replace non-adequate transformers, replace old poles, and replace old wires. So therefore, the public at large should know. Of course, we can make it better by informing them ahead of time and giving out good advertisement for it, which we have discussed with the department and with MECL, that must be done, and we will ensure that more and more awareness is made. But as I said, it is not being done as load shedding, but purely for maintenance and overall improvement works, sir. Last, I'll just like to mention about the recruitment aspect. And the recruitment issue, of course, as you are aware, that in the last many months and many years, a large number of reforms have taken place to ensure that recruitment process is smoothened. We face challenges, sir, because there are a lot of court cases, then there are a lot of administrative issues. MPSC was overloaded at one point. We created a medical recruitment board. We created a CNRD recruitment board. We created a recruitment board for for the administrative side, principals and vice principals and so on and so forth for the education department. So there were a lot of reforms that took place. But I'm happy to share with you, sir, that we are now almost at the point where we have filled up most of the vacancies that were there, sir. And today, again, I'm happy to announce that on the 5th of March, so 3,000 police personnel will be handed over their appointment letter in Tura in the 2nd Battalion.
It is now 2 o'clock. In the exercise of Rule 11 of the Rules and Procedure Conduct of Business, the House will be extended till all the business listed for today is disposed of. Mr. Chief Minister, can please carry on.
Sir, so I'm almost at the end of my reply. So therefore, sir, in terms of the recruitment process and the vacancies, yes, there are challenges, we admit. Yes, there are problems that come up, and I'm sure the Honorable LO and others also will understand the complications. CMC himself has faced them in the past. But the process is on, sir. We are very committed to this, and we are moving in very aggressive way. Personnel department is a department which has got multiple complexities and problems, maybe one of the most complicated departments to handle because of the kind of impact it has on the people. And therefore, we need to be very, very careful when we move ahead with any kind of decision making. But let me assure the LO as well as the House as the entire August House that this is an area which is of very, very important, critical importance to us. And a large number of steps have been taken to reform things. Large number of vacancies have been filled. And we are very close, as I said, to ensuring that we are up to date. And the largest one, as I said, maybe the largest ever recruitment and appointment letters distribution will take place on the 5th of March, which is going to be right next week. So therefore, these are the kind of things that are happening, sir. Apart from that, sir, there are many, many points that were mentioned by so many of the honorable members. I have a record of almost every individual. I have personally also taken record, as well as the honorable, the officials of the departments have also taken the record. And definitely we will be looking into all these different aspects. And let me assure the members, as I said, that we have gone through all the aspects of the points mentioned. And from our side, we will take all the steps possible to address the different issues that have been raised by the members. Once again, sir, I thank all the members who have participated in this particular debate to the governor's address. And I'm sure that many members who did not get a chance, sir, but again, we have the budget speech, budget debate also, and we'll have the cut motions also. So I'm sure that honorable members will get an opportunity to express their concerns during those particular aspects, sir, of the proceedings, sir. So with these few words and clarifications, sir, I once again thank the honorable members and thank you for giving me this time. Thank you, sir.
I know the mind of the mover as to whether he will withdraw his amendment to the motion of thanks.
Mr. Chairman, sir, just before the honorable mover of the amendment motion indicates his mind, only on one very crucial issue which was raised, because I tried to raise this issue by utilizing number of spaces available, but then it's very difficult. So this issue of road safety and the precious time which is available for saving lives in the case of road accidents. We all know the figure, we know all the agony. Therefore, the money which has been sanctioned for the trauma centers, long time back, before 2018, I would like to see that this particular trauma center is fully operationalized, number one. And another thing is that road safety requires indication of the location of trauma center. Trauma center 2 kilometers ahead, trauma center 1 kilometer ahead, trauma center 500 kilometers, like that, so that anybody who is traveling will know where the trauma center lies. And there should be a prominent display of the signboard. It can't be clubbed with emergency section in the civil hospital. It has to be separate. That is what is the binding responsibility of the authorities and the government. So therefore, I would like to only urge through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, that CM may take this particular issue at his personal level, since it has not so long been made to optimally operationalize in order to ensure that, the minimum time available to save the victims of road accidents can be ensured?
Yes, sir. The point that has been mentioned by Honorable Elo has been noted. I completely agree with him that these are important aspects, and therefore, of course, I don't have the details with me right now, but definitely, sir, I can assure him that I will personally look into this matter and ensure that whatever the provisions are there, we do our best to implement them at the earliest, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister for going into details about the concerns which we had raised. So before I can say what is there in my mind, sir, I would like to raise some point of concerns which I have observed in the course of reply. Sir, while moving the motion, I have mentioned about the cashless transaction in enforcement check gets to be made mandatory. So I would like to know the decision and the commitment of the government in this regard. And there has been reports to me that diet teachers, trainees are yet to get their stipends for 2 years. It is still pending, sir. So I'm going very short in my seeking of clarification from the government. And there has been a pending land compensation for the additional land acquisition being made for the operation, for the expansion of the Baljek Airport. And the highly praised, which I came to know from the honorable members of this House, of this August House, about the Meghalaya Outstanding Sports Persons Direct Appointment Policy. I tried to go through the policy. In that policy, there is no provision which gives the or guarantees the reservation for the tribal youths. Suppose it guarantees the job for the youths who bring laurels to our state, like getting medals and all. Suppose if 10 youths got the medals and they are to be appointed, accommodated in government jobs, out of those 10 people, 10 youths from our state are 8 are non-tribals and 2 are tribals. So I want a clarity on that, sir. Because people, they have been asking and people are watching us. Here today we are for the people. So they want the clarity. It's not for me. The people needs clarification on that. Otherwise, we are staying in this state. Our state has that job reservation policy. So I feel it may create a direct clash with that policy. And in the discussion, the Honorable MLA from Fulbari has stated about the construction of embankments and bunds to prevent the soil erosion during floods. It is not happening in Fulbari or the plain belt. It is very much happening in Dadangri also. In the river bank of Ringi River, erosion is taking place every year. And I would like to mention, there is one house which belongs to one woman party worker of NPP. Her house is just near the bank and her house may be washed away anytime soon. Not only that, all the pediphiles are being washed away every year. So, on the river bank of Ringi River, if this embankment, whether this embankment or construction of bunds are being considered or not, so I need a clarification on that. And I am very, very much thankful when our honorable colleague mentioned about police quarters, infrastructure renovation. I have been discussing this very issue from the very beginning, that under my constituency, under Damalasam police station, the police personnel are living in a very poorly maintained bamboo makeshift camp. Like terrorists, I have been saying that. Like terrorists, they are staying there. And the police station where they are functioning is a GHDC Forest IB. So it's been 8 years, but nothing has been started. And in the discussion, I have mentioned about the Captain Williamson Sangma State University staff appointment. Actually, they were appointed on ad hoc or contractual. I was informed like that, and they are being given 50,000 per month. It is not enough for their fuel expenses. So steps should be taken to regularize all those staffs, even teaching and non-teaching staffs. And I am very much happy with the reply from the Honorable Chief Minister that the government is trying to construct houses to the differently able people. But whether so what I have discussed in the discussion last time, a town committee planning should be formed in every civil subdivision so that we can plan from now on, because these civil subdivisions are growing. So these are my points of concern. And the last one, which I want to seek the clarity from the government about the appointment of cooks, sweepers, Mali and Dobi in Dajangri CHC. I have personally went to meet CM himself, Honorable CM himself, to his residence, and he promised me to look into that matter. And I even had approached our Honorable Health Minister in this regard. So these are some points which I want to get clarification from the government. Thank you.
So I'll need another hour, I think, to reply to all of them. But I'll try to be brief. I may not be able to reply to all the points, sir. But just to share with you, sir, the police housing case which was mentioned by Honorable MLA Kong Amper in Lingdo, that already the government, in fact, and the department has initiated the housing program, and projects worth about 50 crores have already started for police housing in different locations. And about 25 crores has already been released, and different constructions are taking place in different locations. Of course, everything cannot happen in one go, sir. Police department, for the matter of fact, has been, from the infrastructure point of view, has been really neglected, in fact. And we came out with this innovative fund where we were giving untied fund to the SPs. That has really helped a lot, sir. So this is a fund that is placed at the SP level, and we created an engineering wing in the police department. So now the SP heads the committee, and direct fund is used by the committee to build up the infrastructures and requirements that are there. So through that fund also, respective SPs can create, renovate, and improve the overall infrastructure. But over and above that also, we have sanctioned, as I said, 50 crores, and we will continue to improve the infrastructure. We realize the importance of this. In about 14 locations, this work is going on, and we will ensure that we expand this to other locations also. So regarding the job opportunities that are there, we have just recently finished the rules of how we will implement this policy of the government. And so in a nutshell, I just want to share that there is no question of any reservation in terms of the reservation policy in this particular aspect. I will not go into details, sir, but just to give a brief, that ultimately you have to win medals. So when you win a medal in the Olympics, in the South Asian Games, the national games, and few other recognized games are there. It's not in everything. There are few recognized games. When you win medals in those games, then a government job will be provided to that particular medal winner. So it's very simple, sir. So whoever wins the medal gets the job. That's very simple, sir. So there's no specific complication in terms of reservation. And also we've ensured the manner in which this will be done will be such that it does not interfere with the promotions and the placement of other officials who are there. So the way we have designed this is that we will create special posts which will be at that grade, at that level as per the medal and the qualification of the individual, which will be, coterminous in one way. So as soon as the person retires, then that post also ceases to exist. And in that way, we are ensuring that it does not come into the reservation issue, it does not come into the promotion issue of the other people who are in the department. So it's a very, very kind of a very clear black and white kind of a way to ensure that we achieve the goal and we don't disturb the existing system nor the reservation issue. It's a purely medal versus job point. Sir, I remember, he mentioned about the water resources and the embankment. So those works take place from time to time. We are aware that this issue of flooding and embankment erosion is something that is happening more frequently now with heavier rains, and the kind of weather patterns that we are seeing in the recent past. So therefore, as and when these kind of situations occur, the government and the department takes the necessary steps to make those changes. But as I said, it's not something that we can do all in one go because these are all very, very highly things. So we are not able to take all of them in one go, but we ensure that we intervene wherever we get information. We intervene in such a manner that at least we are able to minimize the effect, or at least ensure that the individuals or houses which are affected or which may be a danger can be saved and can be protected. Case-to-case basis, sir. But as I said, it's not a simple thing because it requires not just hundreds, thousands of crores. That's the kind of scale at which this is happening. Of course, we have support from Government of India, and also there are different boards at the Government of India level which are also taking up the larger projects. But the frequency at which this is happening is increasing a lot. So we are not able to do all of it in one go, sir. So apart from that, there are other many points mentioned by Honorable MLA. I will definitely take note of that, and we will definitely take steps to see how we can address those issues, sir.
May I know the mind of the mover, please? Whether he will withdraw the...
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Since I have got the positive commitment from the Honorable Chief Minister, so I beg the leave of the House to withdraw the motion. Thank you.
Now, let me put the question before the House. The question is that the mover has leave of the House to withdraw his amendment. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the amendment to the motion of thanks to the Governor's address has been withdrawn with the leave of the House. Now, let me put the question before the House. The question is that the members of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly assembled in this session are deeply grateful to the Governor for the address which he has been pleased to deliver to this House on the 16th February 2026. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who... The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the motion of thanks to the Governor's address is adopted. Now we will take item number 2. Shri Conrad K. Sharma, Chief Minister in charge of Finance, to present the budget estimate for 2026. Chief Minister, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. So before
Just a minute. The budget speech will be circulated to all the members after the Chief Minister concludes his reply. Please carry on.
Thank you, sir. So that was the point I was just about to make. Sir, in our house, normally the budget speech is circulated even before the finance minister, speaks or concludes, which actually, sir, is not the tradition in the rest of the country. And also, sir, normally before I can reach to the budget estimates, already somewhere, pictures are clicked and sent in different places. So that also is not the appropriate process to be followed. And third point, sir, which is not that serious, but still I'd like to mention it, that once they get the speech, then nobody wants to listen to me speak, sir. So therefore, I thought it would be better, sir, we follow the tradition that is followed by Parliament and by the rest of the assemblies, where the dignity of and the decorum of the speech is kept, and once the speech is read, it is then distributed to everybody. So that's the only point, Chairman, sir, I would like to make, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, with your permission, I rise to present the budget for financial year 2026-27. Sir, I am humbled to be standing in this august house and present my 9th consecutive budget. Each budget is not merely a statement of receipts and expenditure. It reflects the government's values, priorities, and our collective resolve. The ultimate goal of the government is to improve the well-being of each citizen, to put a smile on every person's face, and to ensure opportunities for every young person in the state. This budget can be enriched by this budget has been enriched by thousands of interactions I had with the citizens over the last few months through several CM Connect public hearings. The insights gained and decisions made in 3 cabinet retreats, where the entire cabinet and all the secretariat and field officials deliberate on the state's key challenges, have also shaped this budget. In these interactions, I sensed both appreciation and expectation. Many citizens expressed appreciation for the visible progress across sectors, and I remain deeply thankful for their trust and encouragement. At the same time, I heard their rising aspirations for better roads, improved schools, reliable water supply, uninterrupted electricity, and responsive service delivery. The expectations of the citizens are a sign of their confidence in the government. I want to assure this House and the people of Meghalaya that we are committed to meeting these growing aspirations. My interactions with mothers who benefited under the CM Safe Motherhood Scheme, farmers who received support from Focus and CM Farm Plus, entrepreneurs who have been incubated through Prime, community leaders who are our partners in development, have all shaped this budget. We also continued the tradition of conducting structured pre-budget consultations with citizens, traditional leaders, academicians, entrepreneurs, and civil society in the run-up to finalizing the budget. In 2022, I made a promise to the people of Meghalaya that we will make the period of 2022-2032 the Meghalayan decade. We set an ambitious target that by the time we celebrate 60 years of statehood in 2032, our gross state domestic product would grow threefold. In this decade, we will create high levels of growth, high quality infrastructure, and opportunities for all our citizens. I am very happy to report that our growth rates reflects steady and meaningful progress. Today, we are the second fastest growing state in India after Tamil Nadu and the only state to sustain a real GSDP growth rate of nearly 10% for 3 consecutive years in the post-COVID period. Our year-on-year nominal GSDP growth has remained higher than the national average since 2021-22, standing at 12% in 2025 compared to India's 9.8%. I am thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for acknowledging Meghalaya's growth story in his message to us on Meghalaya Day. I quote, "The economic growth rate in the post-COVID years have been exemplary. At the same time, your government's fiscal management has been prudent. Your government's emphasis on fiscal sustainability is commendable." Unquote. In recent months, this confidence has been echoed by several union ministers who have visited Meghalaya and witnessed our progress firsthand. The Honorable Union Finance Minister and the Honorable Minister for Development of North-East region have appreciated the state's development model. Our growth momentum is rooted in the clearly laid out Vision 2032. Our aspiration is to place Meghalaya among the top 10 states in per capita income and sustainable development goals achievement by 2032. This vision is anchored in an actionable plan called Meghalaya Mission 10. The mission focuses on 10 opportunity sectors that will drive growth and employment, along with 10 commitments to ensure inclusivity. The results we see today are the outcome of discipline, public investment, backed by prudent fiscal strategy. Meghalaya's capital expenditure has risen from 1,435 crores in 2017-18 to 6,395 crores in 2024-25, a 4.4-fold increase. This is enabled by better devolutions of the share of central taxes and leveraging strategic funding windows such as SASCI, externally aided projects, and centrally sponsored schemes. Meghalaya has emerged as a star performer under SASCI, a 50-year interest-free facility which is effectively a grant in present value terms for the state government. This grant, amounting to 2,370 crores in 2024 and 2,695 crores projected for 2025-26, has been deployed for benefiting our farmers, youth, and entrepreneurs. We are implementing 12,166 crores worth of externally aided projects, among the highest in the Northeast, under a 90-10 funding model, wherein 90% of the repayment is borne by the Government of India. At the same time, CSS releases have more than doubled from 2,965 crores in 2017-18 to 7,050 crores in 2023-24, accelerating delivery under flagship schemes such as Jal Jeevan Mission and PMAY. Together, these demonstrate that Meghalaya's growth momentum is powered by effective governance, strong absorptive capacity, and strategic utilization of national development instruments. Our borrowing remains well within the stringent limits prescribed by the Union government. Meghalaya may be small in size, but our aspirations are expansive and bold. With the momentum built over the past 8 years, we are now creating infrastructure that reflects the confidence of a rising state. From India's longest cantilever bridge at Maukodok en route to Sora, to the country's largest football stadium at Maukonu, some of the largest food processing units in the remotest parts and villages of Garo Hills, and the development of new Shillong city that will serve as the growth engine of the region. These are not isolated projects. These are symbols of an aspirational Meghalaya. In 2018, when we assumed office, Meghalaya did not have a single five-star hotel. Today, we have 2 operational five-star properties, 4 under construction, and 4 more in the pipeline to be completed by 2032. In a landmark event, Government of India's sole nomination for inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List of 2026 is our living root bridge. Jinkinjri, cultural landscape. Our entrepreneurs, artists, and innovators are earning national and global recognition, representing Meghalaya at platforms such as World Expo in Osaka and the Biofac Trade Fair in Germany. We are demonstrating that each one of us, individually and Meghalaya as a collective, can accomplish greatness. We have addressed several long-standing structural challenges. Our maternal mortality has reduced by 58%, and infant mortality rate from 37.1 to 23. In the current year, almost a 3-fold increase from 1,450 crores in 2017-18. For 2026-27, I project the state's own tax revenue to reach 4,720 crores, comprising GST of 2,351 crores, taxes on sale and trade of 1,290 crores, and excise duties of 731 crores. State's own non-tax revenue collections have been inconsistent in recent years due to border trade disruptions with Bangladesh and the long transition towards scientific mining. However, the outlook is improving. 3 mining licenses have already been awarded and 20 more are at various stages of approval. Based on these developments, I project non-tax revenue to reach 634 crores in 2026-27. Taking into account projected receipts and revised devolution structure under the 16th Finance Commission, I estimate total expenditure for 2026-2027 at 32,023 crores. This is more than 3-fold increase in expenditure over the 9-year period, which is one of the highest growth rates in the country. Expenditure in 2017-18 was only 9,858 crores. Country's expenditure during the same period has increased by 2.5 times. The total expenditure of 32,023 crores comprises of 25,190 crores state expenditure and 6,833 crores of centrally sponsored schemes expenditure. Total revenue expenditure for the year is 21,812 crores and capital expenditure is 10,211 crores. Notably, the projected capital expenditure is a 7-fold increase from 2017-18 levels of 1,435 crores. I will now move on to the next part of my speech, deliberating on Meghalaya Mission 10, the 10 opportunities and the 10 commitments. Meghalaya will excel when every individual, our farmers, our women, our youth, has the opportunity to excel. As our great Khasi poet, U Sosotham had said, and I quote, Baro ub briu bastad, manobala banlen, la clem da play kalad, kumno unlight bankren, unquote. Which broadly translates to every person is capable, no one can deny. But in the absence of opportunities, how will she speak to rise and fly? In this spirit, the government has identified 10 key opportunities that are driving growth and employment, and we are steadily harnessing each one of them. Agriculture and high-value horticulture. Farmers, rural entrepreneurs, and farmer collectives continue to serve as the backbone of Meghalaya. Over the years, a range of customized and targeted programs have been launched to address the unique challenges faced by our farmers. CM Farm Plus ensures long-term income security by expanding the area under high-value plantation crops such as black pepper, Ceylon cinnamon, cashew, coffee, and cocoa. Mission mode interventions across priority value chains, including Lakadong turmeric and ginger, enable farmers to increase production and productivity. Kisan credit cards beneficiaries who are prompt repayers get interest-free loan thanks to our interest subvention schemes. Over 71,000 farmers have been brought under crop insurance as the state government decided to pay their share of premium. Untied funds are being provided to producer groups under Focus program to enable local solutions for various agriculture problems. Structured distress relief measures to broom, grass, and areca nut farmers have been provided through CM Assure. All these programs in the last 8 years have benefited 1.8 lakh farmers. Incomes of approximately 15,000 households have more than doubled. In the last 3 years, 10 large processing facilities owned and managed by farmer cooperatives, known as prime hubs, have been operationalized across the state. In 2026-27, another 10 prime hubs will be operationalized, further strengthening decentralized value addition and collective entrepreneurship. Our vision is bold: to process and export our pineapples, oranges, black pepper, Lakadong turmeric, and other produce of Meghalaya's farmers to premium markets around the world. An allocation of 30 crores is proposed to accelerate the setting up of these hubs. We are also prioritizing strategic interventions in high-value fruits and flowers to improve farmers' incomes. For instance, strawberry cultivation, which began in a limited number of villages, has expanded to over 250 villages. In the next financial year, we will introduce the sweeter Japanese Tochotome variety in Meghalaya. This will further strengthen our market position in strawberries and double the income of more than 4,000 strawberry growers. Under Floriculture Mission, average subsidy of 7 lakhs is being provided per beneficiary. Liliums and dendrobium grown in Meghalaya are now sold in markets of Delhi and Bengaluru. For the coming financial year, 60 crore is being proposed for strengthening value chain development in high-value fruits and floriculture. Organic agriculture practices remain a core strength of the state. We have set a target of bringing 1 lakh hectares under NPOP certified organic clusters by 2038. Building climate resilience, ensuring water security, and reducing drudgery remain central pillars of our agriculture strategy. For 2026-27, expanding irrigation and mechanization are our important priorities, for which I am allocating an amount of 60 crores. The long-pending demand for the establishment of colleges in agriculture and allied sectors will be taken up in the next financial year. The Agriculture and Horticulture College will be set up in William Nagar, East Karo Hills. Colleges for veterinary, livestock and fishery will be located in other regions of the state to ensure balanced regional development. I am proposing a total allocation of 664 crores for the agriculture sector in 2026-27. Animal husbandry and livestock. Animal husbandry continues to strengthen the rural economy. This year, we achieved a 20% reduction in major livestock disease outbreaks from last year through aggressive vaccination drives. Rapid response teams in all districts have contained threats like African swine fever, supported by an upgraded state disease diagnostic laboratory. We are also advancing firmly towards a rabies-free Meghalaya by 2030 through coordinated vaccination campaigns for pets and stray dogs. Access to veterinary services has expanded through 7 mobile veterinary units deployed across 6 districts. To boost productivity, the state is scaling up livestock entrepreneurship under CM Elevate by providing subsidies and credit support across piggery, poultry, goatry, and dairy sections. About 2,000 entrepreneurs have been supported with 50% credit-linked subsidy. Risk protection has been strengthened with free insurance for 25,000 pigs. A total amount of 247 crores is being allocated to veterinary sector in 2026-27. The fishery sector will continue to be prioritized. Fish farmers will also be provided with subsidy under the CM Elevate scheme for 2026-27. I am allocating an amount of 130 crores for the sector in 2026-27. Tourism, arts, culture and heritage. Tourism in Meghalaya is no longer seasonal. It is stable, structured, and creates scalable employment. Before the pandemic, we welcomed around 12 lakh tourist visitors. Today, we have crossed 16 lakh visitors, firmly establishing Meghalaya as one of the fastest growing tourism destinations in the country. More importantly, tourism-linked livelihoods have grown from about 50,000 in 2022 to nearly 75,000 today. Room inventory has expanded from 6,000 rooms to over 10,000 rooms. For the next financial year, the focus will be on creation and upgradation of 1,000 homestays under the Chief Minister's Meghalaya Homestay mission. New homestays will be supported with a subsidy of 7 lakhs. Upgradation of existing ones will be supported with a grant of up to 2 lakhs. And large boutique homestays with a subsidy of up to 36 lakhs. For accelerated implementation under the mission this year, I propose an allocation of 70 crores. Work is progressing on iconic tourist projects such as Shillong Peak Ropeway, Rain and Bamboo Museum at Mausanram, Integrated Hospitality and Convention Center at Tura, and Umngot Riverfront Development at Dauki. In the next financial year, larger and more ambitious projects will be initiated. An iconic monolithic towers complex soaring high at 123 meters with a glass bridge at 70 meters commanding a panoramic view of New Shillong City, new accommodation units at Warichora, South Garo Hills, at Adokri, North Garo Hills, and at Lumdingye, East Khasi Hills, and experiential centers at Walingkhat, East Khasi Hills, and Umden, Riboy. We will initiate the construction of 7 modern convention centers at Nongpo, William Nagar, Resubelpara, Mairang, Mokurwat, Nongstoin, and Clariat in 2026, for which I am allocating an amount of 30 crores. So the core of Meghalaya's tourism is our communities and entrepreneurs. They are supported through tourism vehicle schemes, community-led tourism infrastructure, tourism buddy programs, and hospitality scholarships. Each of these investments serves one purpose: to increase the length of stay and deepen local spending. When tourists stay longer, more families earn. For tourism infrastructure, destination development, and community tourism, I propose an allocation of 162 crores. Sir, in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's call to develop global standard destinations, Meghalaya is now progressing to the next level. We have identified Umiam, Sora, Dauki Snongpadeng, and Nokrek for transformation into global scale destinations. We will invest 100 crores in each of these destinations in the next 2 years. To promote research in areas of arts and culture, heritage studies, indigenous communities, land, language and lineage, and evaluation studies, the Chief Minister's research grant has already empowered 48 scholars. Our conservation efforts have resulted in the scientific archiving of over 14,000 historic records, preserving knowledge for generations. Next year, we will scale our ambitions, and 75 scholars will be supported and sent to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Tibet to trace our ancestral heritage. The overall allocation for the tourism, art, and culture sectors will stand at 376 crores, an increase of 57% this year. Sports. So the next financial year marks a red-letter chapter in the history of sports for Meghalaya. Our state has been entrusted with the honor of hosting the 39th National Games in 2027. This is a moment of pride, responsibility, and national recognition for Meghalaya. More than 10,000 athletes, including future Olympians and Asian Games medalists, will come to Meghalaya for the first time to compete on our soil. Nearly 8,000 local volunteers, our youth, will gain invaluable exposure by becoming active partners in the conduct of the Games. This will be a memorable edition of the National Games, with Meghalaya hosting the maximum number of disciplines and select events held in other northeastern states, reinforcing the sense of a shared regional experience. During this period, our local economy, tourism, transport, hospitality, small businesses, artists, and service providers will witness unprecedented activity, generating nearly 30,000 indirect employment opportunities across the state. I propose an allocation of 210 crores for the conduct of the National Games. Several large projects, including the JN Sports Complex at Shillong and PS Sangma Sports Complex at Tura, will be completed in the next financial year. We are constructing the Maukhanu Football Stadium, India's largest dedicated football stadium with a seating capacity of 40,000. At Umtham Riboy district, we are developing India's first international standard slalom course, a landmark achieved in sports in the country. International level aquatics and tennis complexes are being constructed at Sauli, and youth hostels are being constructed at Shillong and Tura. I propose an allocation of 400 crores for sports infrastructure development. Honorable Speaker, sir, we are preparing our athletes to achieve excellence. Support is being provided to all sports associations to hire coaches and buy best-in-class equipments. To motivate young athletes, we have approved the Meghalaya Outstanding Sportspersons Direct Appointment Policy 2025 and the service rules so that medal winners in select events can immediately get government jobs. Sir, keeping in view the scale of ambition, infrastructure, expansion, athlete development, and successful hosting of the National Games, I propose a total budgetary allocation of 844 crores for the Department of Sports and Youth Affairs in 2026-27, a 104% increase over this year. Youth and creative economy. We stand at a demographic advantage, unmatched by any state in India. This government recognizes that our youth are naturally inclined towards sports, arts, music, and the wider creative sector. Accordingly, we are implementing some of India's most innovative programs to build a creative economy. Under the CM Meghalaya Grassroots Music Program, about 8,000 musicians and other artists from across the state have been given a platform to showcase their talent and earn additional income. Hello Meghalaya is a dedicated avenue for the youth to produce and share content in Khasi, Garo, Panar, and other local languages. In just 2 years, Hello Meghalaya has been downloaded more than 4.5 lakh times and has over 1,000 contents to stream. Through this initiative, we offer financial incentives of up to 20 lakhs per film and 18,000 per month for digital content creators. Through Yes Meghalaya program, government has empowered 1,500 youth groups, representing nearly 10,000 members, for the continued implementation of their novel initiatives. I am allocating 65 crores for 2026-2027. Providing world-class exposure to our youth is a necessity. The Chief Minister's Youth Exchange Program continues to identify talented youth in various sectors who are then sent for exposure visits and learning programs to different parts of the country and internationally. I target to support 30,000 youths over the next 3 years, and I'm allocating 20 crores for this purpose in 2026-27. So with sustained efforts, Meghalaya has emerged amongst the top 3 concert destinations in India. We will continue this momentum and make Meghalaya the music capital of the country. Street music festivals will be hosted at Shillong and Tura to provide a bigger platform for the local artists in the next financial year. In 2026-27, we will also set up a world-class film institute in Shillong and a music institute at Tura. I am allocating an amount of 145 crores for supporting these youth engagement programs. Entrepreneurship and skilling. Entrepreneurship and skilling are the twin pillars for youth empowerment. Since 2018, we have created over 15,000 jobs by supporting 4,500 businesses in Prime and CM Elevate. Through 716 training centers, we have trained over 51,000 youths in the last 4 years, which has created more than 13,000 livelihoods and employment opportunities. We have facilitated overseas placement of 60 nurses in Japan and Singapore. These nurses are Meghalaya's global ambassadors and are contributing to our economy through remittance amounting to 1 lakh per person per month. For 2026-27, CM Elevate will continue to support agriculture, livestock, sericulture and mobility entrepreneurs. Our 2,000 small businesses will be provided with a subsidy of 50,000 covering existing shops, SAGs and enterprises across both urban and rural areas. I'm also happy to introduce 6 new schemes under CM Elevate: green taxis, Meghalaya Adventure Tourism, poly houses, agriculture collective centers, cold storages and fish ponds, with subsidies ranging from 50% to 75%. Skilling continues to be our priority. Under CM Skilling Mission, already 30,000 youths have been trained, and another 70,000 will be trained by 2028. For 2026-27, I want to see that the benefits of skilling reach every village in the state. I have set a target to train at least 10 youths in every village. Similarly, I want the benefits of placements abroad to reach every nook and corner of our state. Over the next 2 years, we will work to place 10 professionals from every block in overseas roles in Japan, Germany, Singapore, UK, and other countries. I am happy to inform the August House that the construction of Meghalaya Skills and Innovation Hub at New Shillong has started. In 2026-27, we will initiate the construction of Skills and Innovation Hub at Tura as well. To support entrepreneurship, skills and innovation, I am proposing 241 crores. Investment, promotion and private sector development. Sir, private investment is becoming a key driver for creating employment opportunities in the state. In the last 3 years, 1,761 crores worth of private investment has been grounded, while investments worth 2,638 crores are in advanced stages of consideration. These investments are expected to generate 5,500 jobs. The impact of private investments can be illustrated through the successful operationalization of Varun Beverages in Mendipathar, North Garo Hills, where an investment of 340 crores, 500 local people have been employed. Our focused support to investors has helped Meghalaya secure the position of a top achiever in business entry reforms under Government of India's Business Reform Action Plan 2024. In the coming years, we plan to build on this momentum and continue to attract private sector investments of about 3,000 crores. Of this, 2,000 crores is expected in the 2,000 crores is expected in the hospitality sector for construction of a world-class convention center and 4 new 5-star hotels. Another 1,000 crores is expected in food processing and other green industries. The bamboo-based industry will source raw materials from local farmers and employ local youth, creating a multiplier effect on the economy. Altogether, these projects will create around 6,000 employment opportunities across multiple sectors. To promote industrial growth, I am earmarking 62 crores as an incentive package for small and medium industries. The total budget for the Commerce and Industries Department for 2026-2027 stands at 200 crores. Climate resilient green economy. Meghalaya's community-centric climate adaptation efforts, including the protection of vulnerable catchment areas under Meg-Arise project, the Spring Mapping Initiative, and the climate adaptive community-based water harvesting projects have been lauded and highlighted in the Economic Survey 2025-26 tabled in Parliament by the Union Finance Minister. This recognition reaffirms that our path for balancing ecology with economy is the right one. Today, we are running the country's largest statewide payment for ecosystem services program, the Green Meghalaya Plus. We are recognized as a leader in accessing carbon markets. We have planted over 30,000 hectares of new forest in the last 8 years, and several programs for catchment protection and impounding precious water sources are being taken up at a large scale. The government is standing by its promise of paying communities every year for the protection of forest. 3,000 beneficiaries will be paid their entitlements every February so that this money can be used for children's education and productive purposes. I am allocating 50 crores for Green Meghalaya Plus. To promote water conservation, as enunciated in the Meghalaya Water Policy 2019, a rooftop rainwater harvesting initiative will be introduced in 2026-27. The program will support the installation of rooftop rainwater collection systems by offering up to 25% subsidy for private buildings. I am allocating an amount of 5,572 rupees for building a climate resilient Meghalaya, which includes allocation for afforestation, maintenance of existing plantation, water harvesting projects, direct benefit transfers, and all the climate-related initiatives. urban transformation. As cities grow, issues like waste management, congestion, and sprawl inevitably emerge. The government has responded to each challenge in a systematic manner. More than 50% of the legacy waste that had been lying for decades at the Martin, Shillong, and Rongkhon Songtal Tura landfill sites have now been remediated. Hawkers in Shillong are being relocated to organized spaces in a dignified manner. Creating development initiatives in Shillong, Tura, and Jowai are underway, with government land being repurposed for public projects. The STEM school bus system has been institutionalized, providing much needed relief to thousands of children and parents. Government land settlements have been successfully completed in Williamnagar and initiated in Tura. Several of the projects under the Shillong Smart City have been operationalized. In 2026-27, the new Shillong City will become operational. This includes the historic shift of the Legislative Assembly, the opening of the Unity Mall, IT Park Phase 2, Umsauli Sports Complex, Maukhanu Events Ground, and 24 kilometers of road network. Several PPP projects and 2 government projects, the Police Reserve at an estimated of 300 crores and Central Jail with a cost of 280 crores will be initiated. I am happy to inform the August House that the construction of the new Assembly Secretariat building is progressing at a remarkable pace. The construction of additional Secretariat complex at Tura has also begun. The integrated administrative complex at Jowai is nearing completion. In 2026-27, several major redevelopment projects in Shillong will be completed, including Barik Point redevelopment, Wards Lake Promenade development, Polo Riverfront project, and ongoing multi-level parking lots. New projects will be initiated across the state, including the Malki Shopping Complex, the Umolong Market, Nongstoin Market, the expansion of Najang Bazar Market, and the Tura City Park. Municipal areas in Jowai, Williamnagar, Resu, Bakmara will also receive a comprehensive facelift. The relocation of hawkers in Shillong will be completed next year, and we will begin the process in Tura and Jowai as well. Another key vision I have for next year is clean cities. As we gear up for the National Games and as tourists gather at Shillong, Tura, and Jowai, I want to see our cities become more vibrant, colorful, and litter-free. Efforts for cleaning of urban water bodies, including Wamukra, Umshirpi, Ringre, and Mintudu, will be strengthened. Meghalaya is home to the cleanest river in the country and the cleanest village in Asia. I look forward to the day when we can proudly call one of our cities the cleanest city in India. I am allocating an amount of 1,540 crores for the urban sector, an increase of 12.1% from this year. Increased public investment. Public investment will continue to be the engine of growth for Meghalaya. In the next financial year, our focus on leveraging grant-like funding windows from Government of India will continue. Under SASCI, I am estimating the expenditures to go up to 4,500 crores, which is 67% increase from the current financial year. I am estimating the centrally sponsored schemes and central sector schemes expenditure to be 6,833 crores. For the next Finance Commission period, we target new EAPs worth 15,000 crores in the sectors of road, power, healthcare, urban, and human development. 10 commitments of Mission 10. It is my firm belief that the gains of our economic progress must reach every Meghalayan and every region of our state. Our government's 10 commitments reflects this dedication, and we will achieve these by 2032, when the state celebrates its Diamond Jubilee. Improved connectivity and mobility. Sir, improved connectivity and seamless mobility remains the foundational pillar of development for Meghalaya. In the last 8 years, the state has significantly strengthened its road infrastructure by adding 2,400 kilometers of new roads, upgrading and augmenting another 2,357 kilometers, and constructing 2,800 running meters of bridges, all through state resources. From central government funds, a total of 877 kilometers of roads has been developed. Our flagship externally aided project, Meghalaya Integrated Transport Project, has achieved 95% completion. Building on the success of MITP, 2,500 crores has been sanctioned for the Meghalaya Logistics and Connectivity Improvement Project. The following key corridors have been prioritized for development under MLCIP in the coming year. Songsak Mendipatar, Umsning Jagi Road, Veloy Mosanram, up to Flangman Broy, Adogri Kambegri to Purakasya, and upgradation of the Kias Sutunga, Saipung, Pala, up to Semasi. Additional large projects which will drive economic growth are being initiated, including upgradation of Nongstoin, Mauet, Nongjri Road at a cost of 383 crores. Mauplang, Balat, Ranikor Road at a cost of 280 crores. And the Chokpot to Karukol Road at a cost of 136 crores. I am allocating an overall amount of 1,982 crores for the construction of new road infrastructure and 492 crores for maintenance of roads in 2026-27, an increase of 19% from this year. Over the past 8 years, under PMGSY, more than 3,300 kilometers. Under PMGSY, more than 3,300 kilometers of roads have been completed, providing linkages to 280 previously unconnected villages. An additional 329 habitations have been identified for the upcoming phase of PMGSY 4, scheduled to begin next year. To further strengthen last-mile connectivity, the Chief Minister's Rural Connectivity Scheme was initiated, with a focus on suspension footbridges for remote settlements. In the first phase, work is progressing well on 9 such bridges, costing approximately 24 crores. I am introducing a new component under the CM Rural Connect program for blacktopping of selected internal roads in every block. I am allocating 43 crores to blacktop 100 kilometers of roads in 2026-27. Strengthening air connectivity will be a game changer for Meghalaya. The expansion of Umroi Airport runway from 1,829 to 2,400 meters will be initiated by Airport Authority of India soon. For 2026-27, I am allocating an amount of 150 crores for Umroi Airport. In our efforts to improve connectivity in the Garo Hills region, we have handed over Baljek Airport in Tura to Airport Authority to enable its full operationalization. I am allocating an amount of 50 crores for this purpose. Pipe drinking water for all. The government has achieved 83% household coverage under Jal Jeevan Mission and is on track to expanding the coverage of piped drinking water to all rural households. However, few challenges exist in some areas. Given the large scale and complex implementation of the project, an interdepartmental approach is put in place to strengthen water management and conservation. For 2026-27, I am allocating 150 crores for state share of JJM and 150 crores for taking up various source sustainability and catchment protection measures. Major projects such as Greater Sora Water Supply Scheme and Greater Bakmara Phase 1 Water Supply Scheme have been successfully completed. After 17 years, water has finally reached the water treatment plant under the Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 3, marking a significant milestone. The construction of the ambitious Greater Tura Water Supply Scheme and the new Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 1 are steadily progressing. The William Nagar Water Supply Scheme Phase 1, Greater Ampati Water Supply Scheme and Nongstoin Water Supply Scheme are at various stages of completion. I am allocating 571 crores for large water supply schemes. I am happy to announce that in 2026-27, construction of William Nagar Water Supply Scheme Phase 2 at a cost of 189 crores and the Greater Bakmara Water Supply Scheme Phase 2 at a cost of 140 crores will be initiated. Reliable and quality power supply. In power, power is one of the key sectors which is instrumental for the development of our state. Over the last 5 years, the power generating stations availability has improved from 83.6% to 93.4%. Additionally, 33 new substations, over 2,200 kilometers of new HT lines, and nearly 2,700 new distribution transformers have been added. The Ganol hydroelectric project is fully operational and is generating 60 million units annually. The comprehensive reforms in the power sector have helped to ensure that there is no scheduled load shedding in the last 2 years. I am proud to share that Meghalaya has been ranked 7th in the Rating Regulatory Performance of States and Union Territories 2025. Sir, key projects such as renovation, modernization and upgradation of Umiam Stage 3 are expected to be completed by June 2026. Riangdo Hydropower Project is targeted for completion by June 2028. 3 recently awarded private hydro projects with a capacity of 308 megawatts will bring nearly 2,600 crore of investment into Meghalaya and provide 160 million units of free power to the state once completed. We have strengthened the transmission network across the state through 220 kV backbone expansion, which improved power supply to Shillong and other key areas. New substations at Nongpo and upgradation at Nehu will be completed by March 2027, while Maukunu and Maulai will follow by December 2027. The ADB-funded Meghalaya Power Distribution Sector Improvement Project and revamped distribution sector scheme will be completed by 2027. To ensure reliable power supply to Garo Hills region, we will introduce redundancy in Nongal Bibra substation through a proposed 140-kilometer, 220 kV Nongal Bibra Sora line. These initiatives will bring us closer to the commitment of reliable and uninterrupted power supply to all. State government will continue to support power sector through both capital infusion and taking over the losses of DISCOM in 2026-27. I am allocating an amount of 1,123 crores for 2026-27. High-speed internet connectivity. So Meghalaya is steadily gaining recognition as a growing IT hub in the Northeast. This momentum is supported by key initiatives such as identifying ITES as a priority sector under the Meghalaya Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy 2024, establishing technology parks, and hosting the first regional AI policy summit here in Shillong. We launched the Bhashini Hackathon, which focuses on training language models in Khasi and Garo, preserving and promoting our linguistic heritage. In 2026-27, Phase 2 of Shillong Tech Park and Tura Tech Park will be made operational. The 2 new tech parks will cumulatively lead to the creation of additional 4,000 direct employment and 11,000 indirect employment opportunities. Digital inclusion remains central to all our efforts. Today, nearly 97% of villages are connected with telecom network, and we aspire to cover the remaining villages and improve the bandwidth in the coming years. Last mile connectivity and broadband services are being strengthened in partnership with PowerTel using the transmission network of MEPTCL. To advance digital learning, the CM Digital Learning Aid Scheme has already provided tablet PCs to almost 2 lakh learners since 2021-22. For the next year, another 35,000 students will benefit from this program. I am allocating 149 crores for the IT sector for 2026-27. Housing. In the last 3 years, the performance under PMAY Grameen has been extraordinary. We achieved an impressive 73% completion rate, with 1.37 lakh houses already built out of the target of 1.88 lakhs. In 2026-27, we will complete the remaining 50,000 houses, ensuring 100% achievement for the current registered beneficiaries. With the 5 years extension of PMAYG, we aim to ensure that all previously unregistered beneficiaries who were left out of the scheme will now receive housing support. I expect that in the next 3 years, we will be able to achieve saturation of housing in the rural areas of the state. I am happy to inform that PMAY Urban 2.0 will be implemented across 13 towns: Shillong, Jowai, Nongpo, Mairang, Nongstoin, Tura, Bakmara, Williamnagar, Resubelpara, Mokurwat, Sora, Clariat, and Ampati. From state resources, we will initiate the construction of affordable housing complexes in all urban areas to support economically weaker sections of society. 1,000 units will be constructed at New Shillong and another 1,000 units in Tura, Jowai, and other urban areas. I am allocating an amount of 100 crores for affordable housing in 2026-27. I am also allocating an amount of 70 crores for the Chief Minister's Housing Assistance Program for 2026-27. Affordable healthcare for all. Sir, health for all is more than just a policy priority for me. It is a commitment that I hold deeply. We are the only state in the country spending close to 9% of its budget on health, as recommended by 15th Finance Commission. At 7,690 rupees per capita, Meghalaya's investment in healthcare is more than twice the national average of 3,169. Our investments have ensured that over the last 5 years, the number of maternal deaths have come down from 244 in 2020-21 to an estimated 103 in 2025-26. And the infant mortality has reduced from 37.1 to 23.7 during the same period. This translates to about 1,300 lives of mothers and children saved every year. I am allocating 140 crores for CM SMS in 2026-27. Sir, the government is committed to improving the physical infrastructure for health in the state. In 2026-27, the expansion of Shillong Civil Hospital will be taken up, and I express my deep gratitude to the Red Cross Society for agreeing to transfer the land to government for this expansion. We have also completed the construction of Umnyang Brunei, Parilla MCH in Ribhoi, and Nongstoin MCH in West Khasi Hills, which will be inaugurated shortly. Resubelpara Civil Hospital and Mahendraganj MCH will be completed in 2026-27. In the last 2 years, we have completed construction of 151 sub-centers, and another 106 sub-centers will be completed in 2026-27, enabling us to take health services closer to our rural population. Sir, I am happy to inform this August House that the Shillong Medical College is now operational with 50 seats. This is a significant landmark for medical education in Meghalaya. Further, we are working to operationalize Tura Medical College soon. During my visit to Bakmara on Meghalaya Day, I visited the Bakmara Civil Hospital and made a commitment to convert it into a model hospital. I am allocating an amount of 20 crores to initiate this project in 2026-27. Our Meghalaya Health Insurance Scheme is benefiting 6.6 lakh families. Allocation for the scheme is being increased to 258 crores, a 44% increase for the next year. This investment translates to an average investment of 3,900 rupees per family. The overall allocation to health and family welfare for 2026-27 is 2,472 crores, including 1,822 crores from the state's resources. Nutrition and early childhood development. Sir, one of the biggest themes for deliberation in this year's cabinet retreat was nutrition and stunting. Over the last few years, initiatives taken under the Early Childhood Development Mission are showing some results. However, more urgent steps are needed. Taking into account the inputs of all the field officials, I am launching a 1,000-day mission to address stunting and child malnutrition. We will ensure that no young child born in Meghalaya faces the burden of stunting and malnutrition. To achieve this, I am allocating 127 crores. Meghalaya's adoption of early childhood development is being recognized as a scalable model. Our nutrition commitment is anchored in the Supplementary Nutrition Program, which currently supports over 4.3 lakh beneficiaries. So far, 1,328 Anganwadi centers are upgraded to provide comprehensive services for all-round development of the children. I propose to construct 600 new Anganwadi centers, come creches, and upgrade another 820 Anganwadi centers in 2026-27. I am allocating an amount of 244 crores to strengthen nutrition for the next financial year. Joyful and quality learning at all levels. Sir, even with the persistent challenges in the education sector, our focus has remained clear: to create classrooms where learning is joyful and meaningful, and to steadily strengthen learning outcomes. To support primary and secondary education, we have upgraded the physical infrastructure of over 2,000 government schools, completed 2 Eklavya model residential schools, and initiated construction of 29 Eklavya model residential schools. We will initiate the construction of the balance 7 EMRS in the next financial year. My government has taken landmark steps in higher education, beginning with the establishment of Meghalaya's first state university, Captain Williamson Sangma University, the state's first engineering college in Shillong, and the 21 People's College across the state. For 2026-27, a total of 135 prioritized schools will be taken up for upgradation under Phase 4 of Mission Education. I am allocating an amount of 131 crores for the continued implementation of the mission. We will also upgrade infrastructure at Captain Williamson Sangma University. I am allocating 30 crores for the same. Sir, we streamlined the disbursement of post-matric scholarship, benefiting over 70,600 eligible students. CM scholarship announced in last budget has been operationalized and witnessed an exceptional response with over 105,000 students registering. We will be releasing post-verification. These students will receive a scholarship of 6,000 on the 6th of March this year. I am allocating 60 crores for the continued implementation of CM scholarship scheme for the next financial year. So teachers are the bedrock of the education system. Owing to complex legacy issues, genuine concerns and grievances of the SSA ad hoc and other teachers had remained unresolved. Last year, I made a commitment to the Teachers Association that this government will find a lasting solution to their challenges. Accordingly, after multiple rounds of consultation and taking into account the interests of the teachers and the students, we took a landmark decision to provide a structured pay framework for more than 23,000 fixed pay teachers. To meet this commitment, I have allocated an additional amount of 200 crores. The overall allocation to Education Department for next financial year is 3,347 crores. Effective service delivery and grievance redressal. Sir, effective use of digital technology, e-governance and artificial intelligence is the way forward to improve service delivery in our remote villages. Meghalaya 1, CN Connect and our village data volunteers have reshaped how people access service and raise concerns. Meghalaya is an emerging leader in digital governance. I still remember the time I went to Geneva to receive the WSIS Forum Prize for our e-proposal system that runs the entire governance system today. From the Chief Minister to the lower functionaries of the Secretariat, almost 7,800 people are currently onboarded on the system. This single platform has remarkably improved our efficiency, reducing the average file processing time from 26 days to just 2.5 days. Credit and banking services are critical challenges primarily in rural areas. The state government has deployed a unique interoperable micro ATM technology equipped with voice support in Khasi, Pnar and Garo, ensuring that every citizen, regardless of language or location, can access financial services with dignity and ease. In 2026-27, we will scale up this initiative and make these micro ATMs available to about 1,000 customer service points and business correspondents. I am also announcing a new scheme to provide financial support to banks to open more branches and expand services in underserved areas. Block development offices are the focal point for access to government programs and services to the rural areas. I am happy to inform you that block integrated development complexes are completed in 28 locations and another 12 are on the verge of completion. The construction of block integrated development complexes at the 10 newly created blocks of Lumshnong, Namdong, Ramrai, Rimuliang, Shalang, Adokri, Siju, Batabari, Purakasya and Mauhati will be completed in the next financial year. I am allocating an amount of 40 crores for 2026-27 to facilitate this. Better delivery of law and order services requires strong and well-staffed police force and infrastructure. In the last 8 years, we have strengthened the police force by 1,000 and new recruitments of almost 3,000 police vacancies has been completed. The Police Infrastructure Renovation Fund has been successful in improving the office and residential buildings of our strong police force. I am allocating 50 crores to continue these efforts. I also would like to inform the House that the 3,000 police newly recruits, will receive their appointment letter on the 5th of March in the 2nd Battalion. Citizen-centric infrastructure is an essential pillar of our public service commitment. To ensure safe and comfortable lodging of our citizens traveling outside the state, the new Meghalaya House at Bengaluru is under construction. We will also improve the Meghalaya House at Delhi and Vellore. My vision for citizen-centric service delivery is simple. No citizen should have to visit multiple departments to access basic services. In the next financial year, all services will be digitally available on single digital platforms of the government, Meghalaya 1. CM Connect centers, which will serve as one-stop shop for delivery of citizen services will be operational in all the blocks and district headquarters. The strong cadre of our 1,300 village data volunteers who are already recruited will proactively go to every household and deliver services at the doorstep, wherever required. I'm allocating an amount of 60 crores to achieve a transformation in citizen delivery. Caring and empowering state, strengthening youth, women and the vulnerable. So the government is ensuring that no one is left behind in our growth journey. Among the early commitments MDA government fulfilled 8 years ago was streamlining pension payments for senior citizens, single mothers and differently abled people. The CM Care program now benefits 1,23,000 citizens. I am allocating an amount of 102 crores for continuation of this program in 2026-27. Under the DREAM mission, under the DREAM initiative, we are addressing rising substance use challenges through strong enforcement, community participation, and expanding rehabilitation centers. I am targeting that every citizen in the state should have one. I'm targeting that every district in the state should have one rehabilitation center. We will also endeavor to establish a National Institute of Social Defense Center in Meghalaya, which will strengthen the state's efforts. The establishment of this center was one of the suggestions our beloved Member of Parliament, late Dr. Ricky Sinkhon, had given. I am pleased to announce that we will be establishing active aging centers in the next financial year. These centers will serve as intergenerational spaces where seniors and children come together for shared learning and care. Each center will offer wellness and recreation for older adults, early learning and creative activities for children, and joint programs such as storytelling, music, craft, local heritage, and community service. I am allocating an amount of 20 crores for this initiative. Sir, the government's sensitive and caring approach to handling every issue is evident in the smooth closure of Maumulu Chera Cement Limited. All the 209 employees are being paid their committed dues, and I'm allocating 27.2 crores as the final tranche of financial assistance for the next financial year. Focus Plus is our flagship program for our producers. Fulfilling my commitment of providing 5,000 untied benefit to the enrolled producers, we have released backlog installments to about 93,000 verified beneficiaries this year. The registration of new beneficiaries in accordance with the Family ID framework has been initiated. I am allocating 175 crores for Focus Plus program in 2026-27. Self-help groups play a crucial role, and my government has accelerated the self-help group mobilization covering all the villages in the state. The cumulative support provided to these groups in the form of community investment fund stands at 415 crores, and credit linkage stands at 756 crores. In the last 2 years, 40,126 enterprises have been set up by our self-help women, creating livelihood and employment opportunities at the village level. Believing in the strength of our SHG movement, we have set ourselves a target of graduating 10,000 self-help group women to millionaires with an annual income of more than 10 lakhs by 2028. MGNREGA is playing an important role in supporting livelihood in rural areas of Meghalaya. In the last 8 years, we have infused more than 9,100 crores in the rural economy through this program. In 2024-25, each of the 6.15 lakh active job card holders received an average DPT of 17,300 rupees in their bank account. I extend my deep appreciation to all the village employment councils whose commitment and hard work have made this progress possible. To address the structural limitations of MGNREGA, Government of India enacted the Viksit Bharat Guarantee of Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin, VBG Ramji Act 2025, under which the number of guaranteed employment days has now increased from 100 to 125. I am allocating 800 crores to this program, an increase of 20% from this year. Our state's 7,000 plus villages hold immense natural and economic potential. Building on this strength, I am introducing a multi-sector initiative, Chief Minister's Model Village Scheme, to develop selected villages into vibrant growth hubs spanning agriculture, floriculture, organic farming, sericulture, apiculture, aquaculture, and livestock sectors. To support this effort in the coming year, I am allocating a budget of 28 crores. Sir, given the inherent structure of participatory governance in our state, I am pleased to announce that we will be reviving and strengthening the erstwhile Community Development Scheme with increased budgetary allocation and more flexible design. I am allocating a budget provision of 30 crores for this scheme. Further, to empower our community institutions, we will launch a fellowship program for our traditional elders, Rangbash Nongs, Dolois, and Nokmas. This fellowship will provide national and global exposure and recognition to our community leaders. Budget estimates 2026-2027. So for 2026-27, I have estimated the total receipts at 32,000 crores, of which the revenue receipts are estimated at 26,583 crores, and capital receipts at 5,417 crores. Excluding borrowing of 5,379 crores, the total receipts are estimated to be 26,621 crores. On the expenditure side, I have estimated the total expenditure at 32,023 crores, of which the revenue expenditure is estimated at 21,812 crores and capital expenditure at 10,211 crores. Excluding payments of loan, 2,731 crores, the estimated total expenditure is 29,293 crores. Interest payments of 2026-27 are estimated at 1,540 crores and pension payments at 1,980 crores. The revenue surplus is 4,771 crores and the closing balance is 714 crores. I am therefore presenting the budget for 2025-26 with a fiscal deficit of 26-27 with a fiscal deficit of 2,672 crores, which is around 3.5% of GSDP. I am delighted to highlight that the fiscal deficit has been maintained at the permissible limit of 3.5%. Sir, along with the main budget document, I am presenting the climate, the youth, the gender, and the SDG budgets. The size of the climate budget of 2026-27 is 5,572 crores, an increase of 2.8 over 25-26. The youth budget stands at 4,824 crores, an increase of 45%. Gender budget stands at 6,849 crores, an increase of 10%. To conclude, sir, I would like to place before this august House 5 thoughts that define the Meghalaya of today. Today's Meghalaya is stable, aspirational, collaborative, caring, and sustainable. A stable Meghalaya that is growing rapidly with strong fiscal discipline and a secure economic future anchored in continuity and responsible governance. An aspirational Meghalaya where we are building world-class infrastructure and our people rise confidently onto national and global platforms of excellence. A collaborative Meghalaya where development is shaped through dialogue powered by communities and strengthened by collective participation.
a caring Meghalaya, which is placing every citizen at the heart of policy, ensuring dignity, opportunity, and long-term security for all. A sustainable Meghalaya, which is advancing prosperity while protecting and nurturing our natural and cultural heritage for generations to come. I would like to conclude with a Garo couplet, which is called Agan Meapa. Manigapa bolong adeng, singapa dopa strung, which broadly translates to walk the winding path with steadiness, with the wisdom of the wise birds, to strive relentlessly to fulfill the vision. Mr. Chairman, sir, with these words, I now commend the budget to this august House. Kublai, Mathela, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister. As there is no further business before the House for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 24th February 2026.